never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Looky there. It is that time. Once again, the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into a Monday. As you close out your weekend elsewhere around the country, time zone to time zone, work our way into the 21st day of March. Truck Show Week is upon us. Destination Louisville, Kentucky, later this week. According to my wife, she spoke to Kyle earlier Sunday afternoon, and he was already headed south, headed to Louisville. He's going to be rolling the truck into the showroom floor, I think 8 o'clock this morning. Days and days of preparation. It takes a lot to get this whole thing together. 1 million square feet of exhibition space. Oh, I just pulled up an update for our Louisville forecast. All right, so if you were thinking maybe just a light jacket, well, for the afternoon, if we've got sunshine, maybe a light jacket, maybe a little heavier jacket. As I'm looking here for the upcoming week. Nice day today. Should be good weather for Kyle to get the big truck there in the show. 73 for a high. Overnight Monday night into Tuesday morning, 51 the low. It's going to drop down to like 41 overnight tonight. It's going to be chilly to start things off. But the sun comes up and things warm up quickly. Rain moves in on Tuesday. You'll have shower activity, 65 the high. Then dropping to 58, not bad temperature-wise. Midweek Wednesday, final preparations will be underway. Showers, thunderstorms, potentially heavy rainfall. We were talking about this big storm potentially coming together for this week, cross-country storm. Which, yeah, we've got all the latest. It's going to have a little bit of everything. Severe weather in the south, potentially a large severe weather outbreak, numerous tornadoes, blizzard conditions on the northern and western flank of the storm. Following the storms on Wednesday and the torrential rains, which will leave any sort of grassy parking areas a muddy mess. Thursday, the show gets underway. Partly cloudy skies in the forecast. High of only 54, though. That's about 10 degrees cooler than the models were predicting a week ago. Dropping down to 41 there Thursday night. Pretty much ditto for Friday. It looks like quite a bit of cloud cover in the forecast, so we're not going to see a lot of that March sunshine breaking through to warm things up. Thus, the high of only 53. 41 again Friday night. As we head into the final day of the show, forecast high of 52 with partly cloudy skies. Then dropping down close to the freezing mark. They're forecasting 33 Saturday night into Sunday morning. And then as folks finally exit the parking areas, all the big trucks supposed to be out of Cardinal Parking Stadium there on Sunday. 52 again for the high and back to 33. Now that's, again, we're almost a week out, but things could change a bit between now and then. But already looking a bit cooler for the show. It could be worse. I'm not going to complain. 50s for the highs, a whole lot better than windy conditions. 30 degrees and a wind chill of 20, which we've seen those sort of conditions before. But there's your Mid-America Truck Show forecast breakdown as we look at the current radar scene. How things looking tonight for our truckers out there around the nation moving the freight. For an overwhelming majority of the country, it's a good night. A relatively quiet night. We will see some issues in parts of Wyoming into southern Montana. A little bit of snow on the range of maybe 2 to 4 inches for some areas, especially in central portions of Wyoming up into south central Montana. There are a few winter weather advisories for those areas. Again, nothing widespread. The dry, windy conditions continue down toward the Four Corners region. Wind advisories, especially for the higher elevations from Arizona, southern New Mexico, much of central and western Texas. The red flag warnings are in place because you've had very dry conditions and the gusty winds continuing into Monday. Up into northeastern New Mexico, we got some high wind warnings in place there. Going to be really blustery, and you will see a little bit of snow maybe breaking out in that region. Probably going to begin to see some winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings in relation to the upcoming, yet-to-develop storm system. Let's start right there. Here's what we're looking at. Forecasters are urging residents across the South to be weather aware this week. Confidence is increasing in an outbreak of severe weather and tornadoes, perhaps one of the most volatile events so far in 22. Yeah, this particular setup has the potential to produce those strong, long-lived tornadoes, some of which can occur during the cover of darkness. We've seen this setup before, and it's not a good thing. This big storm forecast to unfold here in the first days of spring, which, by the way, welcome. Spring is officially here. It was a little after 11:30, officially Sunday morning, the arrival of spring. This storm will cover nearly the entire country with a variety of impacts, ranging from a widespread damaging thunderstorm and tornado risk, flash flooding, and even blizzard conditions. The Storm Prediction Center has already put nearly 2 million people under a moderate risk of severe weather starting Tuesday. It's the calm before the storm tonight and through much of the day Monday. By Tuesday and Tuesday night, things begin to unfold. Now, under that risk category, the moderate risk, widespread severe storms, which can be intense and long-lived, are likely. We are watching a potentially dangerous severe weather situation early this week. This could cause widespread flooding, large hail, and, of course, the threat of tornadoes, high winds, and power outages. This is going to be a volatile weather pattern. We've seen these types of storm systems previously, producing damaging, dangerous, and highly impactful severe weather and flooding. According to AccuWeather's chief meteorologist, Jonathan Porter, the storm, which arrived on the Pacific coast Saturday, will take nearly this entire week to traverse from the Rockies through the plains and eventually to the Atlantic coast, resulting in significant ground travel, shipping, and airline delays. Residents from Oklahoma, Texas, to Mississippi, and Alabama, you're in that zone, encouraged to review your safety steps. Make sure you have a sturdy shelter identified where you're going to go in the event of a tornado warning or damaging straight-line wind events. As the storm intensifies starting today, Monday, we will begin to see severe weather erupt ahead and along this cold front. First, Monday afternoon and evening, central and eastern portions of Texas and Oklahoma will see the first signs of the storm progressing eastward. Later Monday night into parts of Arkansas, Louisiana. The most volatile thunderstorms may ignite, say, south of Oklahoma City with Dallas, Waco, Tyler, and Houston, Texas, all within that line, the heart of the severe weather risk. Other cities at risk include Shreveport and Alexandria, Louisiana. Again, all facets of severe weather, tornadoes, damaging winds to possibly 90 miles per hour, large hail, downpours will all be in play. AccuWeather's lead storm warning forecaster, Mike Yaman, noting that thunderstorms during the morning hours, even later Monday morning, across portions of western and central Texas, may actually complicate matters later in the day. He said there should be enough sunshine to heat the ground and kind of energize the atmosphere, starting about the Interstate 35 corridor in Texas, to trigger severe thunderstorms. Now, any tornadoes will be difficult to see due to the messy, widespread nature of the shower and thunderstorm activity. And in other words, these are going to be rain-wrapped tornadoes potentially, as well as the forward speed that's anticipated with these storms. Most of these storms are going to be moving at speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour. So anyone that gets pinged for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning will have a short amount of time, a much less time to react and get to your shelter before the impacts arrive. As we look ahead Tuesday and Tuesday night, the prime threat for severe weather will shift from Texas into Mississippi and Alabama. In that zone and in that time frame, forecasters say the greatest risk for tornadic activity will evolve over the course of the entire journey across the country. Similar to what unfolds later today, large hail, torrential downpours, and damaging winds will all be threats. Areas to be on alert for volatile thunderstorms. Tupelo and Jackson, Mississippi. Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Louisiana, all the way over to Tallahassee, Florida, Tuscaloosa, to Atlanta and Birmingham, Alabama. Stretches of I-10, 20, 55 will not only have to be watchful for rapidly changing weather conditions, but also for downed trees or other debris possibly blocking the roadways. Given the potential for severe weather to linger after darkness both Monday and Tuesday night, forecasters are urging residents keep those cell phones fully charged, have the volume turned up, have your severe weather alerts enabled before trying to get some rest. Yeah, a weather radio can also be a potentially life-saving option to get this vital weather information. Darkness will only make things harder to spot when combined with the fast motion of these storms and widespread storm coverage. You're going to have to remain extra vigilant, they're saying. There is another aspect of the storm that's worth paying attention to and preparing for, and that's going to be flooding. While the severe weather threat will be understandably get the extra attention, AccuWeather says we want to stress the biggest impacts may come from the flooding risk because repeated bouts of heavy rain may occur over the same areas, training of storms, increasing the risk of flooding. Parts of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys have seen extensive rainfall in recent weeks, and we've already been dealing with river levels that are just now coming down from previous flooding issues. Any rain in those waterlogged areas is not needed. Quickly will cause incidents of flash urban and small stream flooding. They're forecasting a good 2 to 4 inches of rain from northeastern Texas and eastern Oklahoma through central Alabama into Tennessee and Kentucky during the first half of the week. Those who see the repeated downpours could be looking at 8-inch rainfall totals. All we do is look back earlier last week. We had that one storm that dumped a couple inches of rain in an hour's time, turning parts of downtown Birmingham into torrents of water. Alabama, some of the neighboring parts of the Florida Panhandle are all still recovering from last week's severe weather. Forecasters will be closely monitoring the potential for the severe weather to target eventually the mid-Atlantic and the southeast coastal areas for the middle and latter portions of this week. At this early stage, the corridor from near the Delmarva Peninsula all the way to the Florida Panhandle could be at risk for those storms producing torrential downpours, damaging wind, and isolated tornadoes Wednesday into Wednesday night. The speed of the storm at this point in its journey will determine the exact coverage and severity of thunderstorms before they will eventually clear the eastern seaboard. So as I mentioned, it's kind of like the calm before the storm tonight, with not much of anything really showing up on the radar. Not seeing any precipitation in Texas at this hour. Just a few spotty showers maybe breaking out, very isolated in parts of New Mexico and areas up towards northwestern Colorado. Little bit of snow falling there, but that's the cold front that, again, by later today, we'll see a dramatically different radar map. When we come back 24 hours from now, of course, we'll be here to give you all the very latest. Large hail, tornadoes, the same overreaching storm system. This system is also going to dump snow. Here's the wintry side of our storm. In the Rocky Mountains, early in the work week here. As the tornado sirens will be sounding in the south, residents to the north and west may be in for a major snowstorm with the potential for over a foot of snowfall in some locations. As this storm sinks southward across the Rockies, the cold air follows, causing snow levels to drop to the valley floors across the region. Right on the tail of spring-like conditions. Denver, you saw temperatures in the mid-60s Sunday afternoon. That's a bit above average. More typical this time of year would be, say, upper 50s. This storm's going to begin as rainfall in some of the lower valleys in the Rockies and across the high plains, but it should quickly switch over to snow. As the cold air sweeps in, snow will likely begin across the Colorado Rockies overnight tonight, Sunday night. Yes, snow will pick up substantially as the storm moves eastward into places like Steamboat Springs and Durango, Colorado overnight. Those in Denver, in Cheyenne, Wyoming, you'll probably see a mix of rain and snow picking up across the area with plain old pure snow in Casper, Wyoming by the end of the night tonight. Now, snow could fall heavily at the height of the storm. This is a fairly progressive system, so the heaviest snow is not going to last very long. I go with the forward motion again. But the winds are going to pick up pretty significantly overnight tonight. Snow will be blowing, reduced visibility. If you're moving freight, be prepared for delays and maybe dangerous driving conditions. Portions of Interstates 25, I-70, 76, and 80. In areas across the high plains where several inches of snow does indeed fall, the howling north wind could lead to some local blizzard conditions by later today, Monday. If the visibility drops to or lower than a quarter of a mile and the winds gusting in excess of 35 miles per hour or greater for 3 consecutive hours, that meets the criteria for blizzard conditions. Forecasters are predicting said conditions in parts of eastern Colorado, northeastern New Mexico, and even a small part of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Blowing snow will be the concern in most places. Denver's heaviest snow will fall throughout the day Monday, probably ending on Monday night. It's not a significant snowfall, 1 to 3 inches, which is much less than the forecast for Denver just a few days ago. Now, forecasters have been keeping a close eye on this storm for the past several days, and we're anticipating that any southward shift in the storm could result in the heaviest snow centering more towards southern Colorado and northern New Mexico. But over the past 48 hours, the models are trending southward, and as a result, less snow expected across the Front Range. The ski resorts in Colorado that were anticipating several feet of snow just a few days ago will probably settle for maybe 6 to 12 inches of snow, rather. There's still going to be a bullseye in southeastern Colorado, 12 to 18 inches, maybe up to 2 feet for some. Even with slightly less snowfall for a fall forecast, blizzard conditions are still anticipated across the Front Range, and you'll have to continue to take this storm seriously. There's also going to be a swath of snow that extends out of the Rockies into the central and northern plains as the storm begins to make that northeast turn. Due to a lack of cold air, only minor accumulations are expected through the plains. So there you go, that time of year. It's not uncommon for Colorado and some of the surrounding states to get thumped by heavy snow here in the early spring. Some of the top snowstorms on record, as a matter of fact, for Denver, have actually occurred in the spring rather than the heart of winter, January and February. Denver recently actually passed the seasonal average for snowfall, and this storm could raise the season's snow total even higher. If you'll think back here a few months ago, recall we were talking how Denver was just so far behind, waiting for their first snowfall of the season. Every day was setting a new record for the latest accumulating snow in Denver. Well, when they did finally start to see some snow, you've now exceeded your typical annual snowfall. A little bit more will be added on here in the first couple of days of spring. Welcome to a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll check in with our YouTube and Facebook stream. Who's checking in? OvernightDriveRadio.com. And also, hello to our friends listening to TNCRadio.live this Sunday night, Monday morning. Looks like we're going to have one less cartoon character joining us in Louisville. I'll jump right in because I'm not sure how long he's going to be up tonight. Not feeling the greatest. Are you with me?
Boy, I mean, that'll hurt. You call as long as you and I have been together and you refer to me as a cartoon character, that hurts, Steve. I won't be forgetting that.
We're all cartoon characters.
You know, and that's worse than a backstab. I'll tell you.
Oh, boy. Well, for
Steve,
for
I got to
those that
tell
are
you,
friends, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
For those that are friends on Facebook and whatnot, I guess it was like Friday evening. We had gone over to Stephen and Lawrence to babysit the grandkids, and I just happened to pull up Facebook, and I saw a picture of Big Ed, and his forehead's all bloody, his eyes all black and blue, swollen shut, and I'm like, first thing I thought, I thought you went out there and got screwed around on that little four-wheeler thing you bought a month or so ago and crashed somewhere. But go ahead, and for those who haven't seen, tell us what the hell unfolded Friday.
Well, I actually thought about blaming it on the Russians, but Demon, a.k.a. Scott Crow, said that's like a good damn Democrat, blame it on the Russians. And then I thought, well, I could blame it on that good man Horsefeather.
Yeah.
that he couldn't wait for me to get the truck show and come up. You know, he threatened me with some brass knuckles at one time.
Yeah.
Wanted to use some brass knuckles on me. And I wanted to say he flew out to Oklahoma and he wanted to get a head start. Because he knows if I'd have got over in my boxing gloves, he had an ass whooping coming. But hey, I can't blame it on him. I got to blame it on Steve. I had a bad case of, and don't be nominating me for a dumbass title. I was out on a drilling location, a drilling rig, and people ask, well, I thought you retired.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing your dad, go ahead.
I said, yeah, that's the first thing when you were explaining to me. I said, Ed, what are you doing out on a drilling rig? You retired a month or two ago. What's going on?
Well, your dad, Steve, how long did he preach us over the years? And I always took a lot of what your dad said as valuable information. That when a truck driver retires, the worst thing he could do is not do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the worst thing you as a truck driver. And Bozo preached it and preached it and preached it. Said just quit working and decide you're not going to do anything, and that you won't last very dang long, and that's been a proven fact. So I did retire, but I want to stay busy, and I actually want to stay relevant to the trucking industry because I'm going to be 64 in July. When I hit 66 in 8 months, I can continue to draw my Social Security and make all the money I want as long as the Democrats don't change the rules. So, as long as I enjoy this next almost 3 years, if I can, I'm going to come back out because I love being out there. Are you with me on that?
I got you. Okay.
So, my brother-in-law, he has his own little trucking business, and he hauls fresh water to the drilling rigs, and he's also got a sewage truck, which I don't haul the sewage. I'm not going to do it. But I told him I would haul fresh water, and the fresh water, we could take it out and put it in these tanks for the crews on the drilling sites to use for bathroom purposes or washing their clothes if they're living, because some of them live out there on those locations. They have trailers set up for them. And we take fresh water to these tanks. Well, some of the locations, they may have 4 or 5 freshwater tanks, and there's always easy access for you to pull up there, and I'll drive a little bobtail truck and unload. Now, all I'm doing is working no more than 3 days a week or no more than 30 hours a week. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives me the money that the government allows me to make, and plus draw my Social Security, and plus it keeps me busy. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't work on the drilling rig. I don't even climb up on top of them. I don't do anything as far as manual labor on a drilling rig side other than I pull out a hose off the truck, stick it over on the tank, and unload water, and I'm usually in and out of there, if it's easy access, no more than 30 minutes. In this particular case, I went out on a location, and they're supposed to, by OSHA standards, any drilling rig site is what I call a hostile environment. So by OSHA standards, you don't have dangling lines anywhere that an individual is working, whether it's on the ground, whether it's up there on the rig. And if you're off on that rig at a certain height, you're supposed to have what they call safety harnesses hooked to safety cable, and if you fall, it'll catch you. Well, I'm on the ground level, on the outer ring of the drilling site, and this particular tank was set back between 3 crew trailers and a generator trailer. Well, the only access that I could get to it by foot was between a crew trailer and a generator trailer, and there was a damn electric cable, black cable, about 1.5 inches in diameter, strung out between the trailer and the generator trailer, where about 2 foot off the ground, where I had to step over that to get to the tank. Are you with me now?
Okay.
All right. Even though I'm on ground level and I'm really not around in a bunch of equipment that's moving, you got to wear a hard hat and safety glasses. You got to have the proper FR clothing on in case of a fire, and steel-toed boots. So to picture it, now I'm going to get into how it happened. Think of you remember when they toppled that Saddam Hussein statue, how they pulled it and it just fell forward and boom. Mm-hmm. All right, picture that. I step over this cable, and my right foot caught that cable. Well, when it did, it pulled that cable tight. And my forward motion, it's almost like the cable just picked my feet up from underneath of me. And there I am, forward motion, straight out, at the apex, if you draw a line from the ground up to the top of my head, I am 6 foot from that ground where all the damage got done to me. Think about that toppling statue. That's what I am. So at that point, when I tripped over that cable, I come face down, a lot of rocks, and I mean, I smashed myself up. Now, what really saved my bacon was that hard hat, because that hit first. The brim of the hard hat, and then it knocked it off my head as I come on down, and then I'd slightly turned my head to the left, and the right side of my face and my nose and my eye took the brunt of the rocks. And I mean, it knocked the life right out of me. All I know is I laid there. I didn't lose my breath, but I know it had to knock me out, because when I finally come to, I just seen stars, and I just laid there, and my head just almost felt like it exploded. But the longer I laid there, I thought, God, I'm getting ready to have a heart attack. I've got to get up and make myself get up and move. I ended up laying there a good 5, maybe 10 minutes before I could finally get myself up off the ground. And what was really painful, all of a sudden, both my hands felt like they was needles shooting through my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Every finger I had felt like somebody was stabbing me with needles. Other than the initial impact, that was the only pain that I felt was in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought, okay, I looked at my face. I used my phone camera to look at my face, and I seen all that blood, and that blood coming out of my nose. And I thought, okay, you just, kind of busted yourself up a little bit. I wasn't really feeling any pain in my head area. And so...
But you never know. Well, hold that thought there. I got to get my news break, and we're going to come back at the rest of the story. Yeah, he did. He knocked the living you-know-what out of himself, and get the rest of the story right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to Big Ed. So, after tumbling like a statue of Saddam Hussein, impact, pretty much head first, face first. There's one thing's for certain. It's a lucky thing you had the hard hat on. Had you not, your head would have probably popped like a melon.
Bingo. Exactly. You know, and please stick with me because I got quite a bit I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of it's about safety. It's just like when you go out on some of these various companies, you pull into their warehouse and there's some of them that, hey, you come in, you got to have a hard hat on. Or you come in, you got to have safety glasses on. There is a reason for that. You as the driver or you as the visitor have no business questioning and say, oh, well, I don't see anything around here that's going to hurt me. There is a reason. And if I hadn't had that hard hat on, I would have cracked my head like a melon. Just 2 weeks ago, me and my nephew was out on a rig site. He was hauling the sewer off. I was bringing fresh water in. And he was walking around out there without a hard hat. Even though he had his FRs on him and steel-toed boots and safety glasses. And I told him, I said, Austin, your dad's got a small company. I said, but we are responsible for our own safety. Put your damn hard hat on. Even though you're the boss, I'm telling you, as your uncle, put that hard hat on. Don't let me catch you running around out here without it. There's nothing out there that's going to hit me in the head. I said, you never know what's going to happen. A plug can blow off one of them damn compressors and shoot a projectile towards your head, and that hard hat's going to protect you. You never know. So always, if you pull into a warehouse and they're saying have a hard hat, they will provide you with a hard hat. You get out of that truck, put that sucker on. If it says have safety goggles, because my glasses were safety glasses, it busted my glasses and popped the lens out of the glass, and the glass did not shatter into my eye.
Wow.
So what ended up getting hurt, you've seen the pictures of my eye. It busted inside of my nose. Thank God it didn't break a bone in my nose, but it fractured what they call the orbit around the eye. That's the eye socket itself. All right? I didn't feel no pain on my face other than my forehead. Felt like somebody knocked the living daylights out of me. And then, so I thought, I called the same nephew that I chewed on his butt about a hard hat. I called him as Austin. I've been in an accident here, and I filmed it and showed him everything that happened. He said, well, you come on back. There's a little satellite hospital in the town of Sealing, and stop there and let's get you evaluated. And I said, no, I think I'm going to be all right. Other than I just got the hell knocked out of me. So I was being stubborn in that department. And I did. I felt just fine. Other than once I got my head cleared, I was 200 miles from home, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I start driving back towards home, and the right side of my nose just kept bleeding. It finally gelled up, and I got just past the little old town of Sealing. I was about halfway home. And I thought, well, I need to, and I was seeing just fine. I thought I need to pull over and blow my nose. Because my hands were still just, felt like they was on fire. So I pulled over, blew my nose, and buddy, that was it. It felt like my eye was going to pop right out of my damn head. And what it was, I busted the membrane in my nose, what we come to find out. And once I did that with that fracture around my eye, it caused air to blow in behind my eye and almost popped my eye out of my head.
Wow.
And if it would have been worse, and once they started doing all the x-rays, I went to a little satellite hospital. They said, you got to go to the OU Trauma Center. Well, when you go to the OU Trauma Center, they got their emergency room and they got their trauma center. You're messed up. Okay? So I had no reason to argue with him because he told me, he says, you got air behind that eye, and they may have to go in there and do surgery on that orbit. But if you got derbies in there, they're going to have to pop the eye out and go in there and clean all that out.
Wow.
Well, the derbies they're talking about is, the mucus that's in your nose. And if I would have blowed too hard, I could have blowed all that bloody mucus up in behind my eye. Where I was lucky, it just blew air in behind my eye. Because once my eye felt like it was going to pop out of my head, I stopped blowing. I knew something was major wrong at that point. So at that point, I called my sister and my doctor brother to come and get me and take me to the hospital. I wanted my doctor brother to evaluate me because he did. He came out and evaluated and pretty well told me what was going on. And they got me to the little satellite hospital in Watonga, and those people, emergency room, they did a fantastic job of evaluating me. And then they shipped me on the OU Trauma Center. And those people worked me over from top to bottom. Put me in that MRI machine, X-rayed my hands, X-rayed my shoulders, X-rayed my head. Got in there and looked behind my eyes. Had an eye doctor in there. And they determined that it was just a fracture and that I wasn't going to require no surgery as long as I don't get stupid with it. Just sit and take it easy for a couple of weeks and let that heal. And so, if you've seen the pictures,
yep,
that's how I look. That's why I look like somebody just beat the dog snot out of me.
So you got in a barroom brawl and you got the worst end of the stick.
I know, and it was, you know, and it wasn't horse feathers. Horse feathers and I talked this evening. The importance of safety. And I'll let him, I know he's going to call in. Because, you know, in his job, I believe he delivers propane, if I'm mistaken. Any site that he goes on is a hostile environment. And it requires him to wear safety goggles and hard hats. And horse feathers is like me. He don't particularly care about wearing them damn hard hats. But because it's required for his own well-being, he wears that sucker. And I can't stress that enough. Even though I've got a lot of experience, and my experience told me when I pulled onto that site, Steve, that one cable was a dangerous point. I knew it. What should I have done different? I should have went and found the rig hand and said, stretch that out and lay it down. Because see, I can't touch the cable.
Yeah.
I ain't allowed to do that because I don't know what it's plugged into and what it's operating. It could be operating a valuable piece of machinery if I was done plug it, shut that whole damn drilling rig down. I don't know. I don't know that. But the next time, if I pull on one of their drilling rig sites and I have those danger points, they're not going to get their water. I'm going to shut them down and say, hey, you got to move this obstacle out of my way. Even though I'm a big boy. And, you know, some guys may say, oh, well, you sissy, just do your damn job. Well, you can't look at it like that. You got to take every aspect of safety for your own well-being. You got to take it serious. And that's what happened. And I want to thank everybody, all my Facebook friends, for your prayers because I needed it. I really needed it, Steve. And luckily, like I say, I ended up with a busted eye socket and a busted nose. But you know what was crazy? The only thing this whole time that hurt me was my hands. And today was the first day I haven't had that stinging sensation in my fingers. And I thought maybe I had a bad, and they told me that you probably pinched the nerve up there in your shoulder.
Yeah.
And that eventually go away. All I know is it just felt like my hands were on fire. That was the biggest pain that I suffered, other than the initial impact when it happened.
I got somebody.
My eye is not sore.
I got somebody that wants to kind of poke you in the ribs, I think. Go ahead.
Well, that's a real sweetheart of a story about safety and watching where you step and some BS about some generator cable. Now, let me enlighten the whole ether waves, the whole listening audience on what really happened.
Oh, no.
Mr. Ed Widow here.
You've been drinking flats all day.
No. Old Mr. Ed Widow here was down there in the company of 2-ton Tessie. And after indulging her for the evening, he tried to pay her off with a rubber check, and she got a T-ball bat out from behind that 74 Granada's back seat and wore his ass out. What happened?
It would have been a whole lot more enjoyable if that was the truth. That's not the truth. Most well, I had in the hospital. Go ahead.
I just had vertigo though. I didn't have to, you know. Everybody knows me, you know. If I try to pay off a hooker with a rubber check and she beat the hell out of me, I'd own up to it. I wouldn't make up a bunch of BS about some generator cable.
I wish that's the way it went down, but unfortunately, brother, that's just.
Well, I wouldn't have known because you called me, said you was bleeding from the face and dying, and I called you back, and that was 3 days ago. So I don't know. You must have suffered something because you sure never called me back.
And I apologize, most. Trust me, I apologize because I started in at 1:30 that afternoon when all this started, and it was 5 o'clock Saturday morning before I ever got back to the house. Then I woke up about 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon and seen all these missed calls, and I've been making calls left and right. One of them was Steve.
Well, somebody must think that I'm my brother's keeper, because if I had one, I had 25 people call me and say, "What the hell happened to Ed?" I said, "He fell down."
With the plan.
And he fell down, and he's supposed to call me back. I bet I told that same story 25 times. He fell down, and he's supposed to call me back. You know what? I'm still waiting on that phone call.
Well, if you'd be a good patriot and wouldn't mouth off on Facebook, you'd know the whole damn story, now wouldn't you?
Well, I guess. Hey, but you know what? I'm in good company. They banned the Donald for life too.
Well, there you go. You're right about that. Well, Steve tried to get a hold of me. I did tell Steve to call you. Did he call you?
I called the first person I called was Moose. I figured he might know a little something anyway.
Well, and then I told you, I said, well, Moose has been in the hospital, and Steve said, well, I didn't know Moose was in the hospital. So, Moose, I didn't know you was in the hospital. How come you didn't call and tell me you was in the hospital?
Oh, I just got a little inner ear thing. Like I said, mine was nondescript. I mean, I had to go over there and get a tater washed out of my inner ear and get a little vertigo medicine. It didn't amount to nothing. You're the one over there getting wore out by a 6'5", 250-pound lady of ill repute, and then lying about tripping over a damn generator.
You promised me you wouldn't be telling people about my personal life. Now listen here, I'm not Dimeback Denny.
Buddy, you like a walking episode of Falcon Crest.
But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make the truck show because I'm restricted. I can't drive. I'm not supposed to be exerting myself, and I'm not supposed to be getting upset because when you get upset, it causes your blood pressure to go up, Moose. So you're going to have to lighten up there a little bit.
Piss him off real good, Moose.
Well, you know what else make you
upset?
You know what else make your blood pressure shoot up too? So I want you to stir in a spoonful of saltpeter with that coffee in the morning.
Well, that would be almost worth it, to be honest with you, but I don't think we better be talking vulgar over there.
I ain't saying no vulgarity.
Well, that crowd Steve hangs around, it's with the thought that counts, I think.
Yeah,
well, Steve, guys, I'm going to let you go, but Steve, I appreciate the prayers, serious. Moose, I promise you got my word. Hey, everybody's listening. I will give Moose a call sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Well,
and if I don't, you can get on this radio and tell everybody I'm a lying turd.
Well, just get ready to batten down the hatch. Maybe it sounds like later today, Tuesday, somewhere in that time frame, you guys might be looking at some pretty nasty weather coming your way. So.
Yeah, it's supposed to start, I think, tomorrow afternoon. So I'm all. I went and had my niece go wash my pickup today, so I can get ready for it. So yeah, I'm good to go. So we thank you, Steve. Everybody, I love y'all, and I do apologize. I sure wanted to be at that truck show.
We're gonna miss you, Ed. We were looking forward to having you there. I figured somewhere down the line we might get to see Horse Feathers bust out those brass knuckles.
Well, you can say it would probably been a whole lot better than the outcome than what I received out there Friday. So okay. I appreciate y'all, and we'll talk at you later.
All right, thanks for the rest of the story, Ed, and feel better soon, brother. All right. Yeah, first thing I thought when I saw the photos, I said he's been in a car wreck. You know, you get the injury to the forehead and the eye socket and all that. All right, well, let's see. Let me jump on over. We're heading toward top of the hour news update. Our number, 844-844-3388. Who we got here? Horse Feathers on board. Philly Dan checking in. Prayers for Ukraine. Everybody stay safe out there. God bless. Rambler. Morning from Jacksonville, Florida. There's Dale, 60. Clear tonight. Let's have a great week. We're going to try. Copy the mail, Chevy Guy. James, evening, Steve. Did you hear the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has been hospitalized with flu-like symptoms. Yes, hospitalized since Friday. I did see, apparently he put out a statement, said it is not COVID. It is some other sort of infection. But prayers for a speedy recovery. Clarence Thomas. Good afternoon. Back in the saddle once again. 34 degrees, hammer down, be safe. There's Larry. Captain Ron checking in for the best day of the week. Love those Mondays. Hello to Roy. Robert's on board. Zorro. Morning to the Overnight Drive family. Howdy, everybody. John, 38 degrees and steady in Grand Rapids tonight. Saw the kiddos and had a wonderfully blessed weekend. That's good. Folks in the South, stay safe this week. Tornado Alley and Dixie Alley will be coming to life between now and Wednesday, Monday into Wednesday. Hello to Pappy this morning. Next time, fill the pool up with water first, Big Ed, before you dive in. You dummy. Now, seriously, though, glad you're okay. You're one tough old dude. Good to have you with us, Pappy. Let's see, Shorty says, red alert. I-71 shut down at the mile marker 42. We have a tanker crash. Yeah, I'm 12 miles from it, and I've been waiting for about 45 minutes now. All right, Shorty, where is that? Is that 71 in the Buckeye, 71 down in Kentucky, or give us a heads up? Hello to Heatwave, morning from the Mojave Desert on I-40, headed for the Hacienda. Now, he said, what the hell happened to Big Ed? That was like right out of the top of the hour. There, you've got the rest of the story there, and everyone else out there in listening land. Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning still on the men, but it's T-minus 2 weeks where I'll be back to trucking. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from you know where. All right, Zorro said, I hope Big Ed's doing well after he tried to make out with Mother Earth. Spartacus traveling the quiet 2 lanes of eastern Kansas tonight, listening to the best trucking show. Thank you so much. Good to have you on board. There's Tank Morning Steve from Memphis. Happy Monday. Back in the saddle after being off last week. We've got 60 degrees here tonight, getting ready to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Rock Pick is on board. Happy Monday, Steve. Our truck drivers, our third shift workers, and insomniacs. It's a clear 40 degrees, feels like 34 in Rochester, New York. Happy spring. Yes, indeed. Right, Shorty checking back in. I passed by the Louisville Convention Center at 2200 hours tonight. A lot of unloading going on there already. Yep, it's going to be a busy next couple of days. No doubt about it. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in at 38 degrees. Go blue. Hello to Cool Ridge. Morning, Steve, and the Good Time Gang. Going to bed after you throw the weather our way. Cadillac to Kansas in the morning. Everybody be safe out there. Hello, Steve. Got 41 in Cleveland, Ohio. Rough evening for the Buckeyes. Yeah, there was a lot of upset games over the weekend, were there not? How about that number 1 seed Baylor going out? Of course, how about Kentucky going down to a 15 seed on the first day of the tournament? Anybody have brackets that are still somewhat salvageable, or just are they toast? All right, I guess it's down to what, the Sweet 16 now that we've wrapped up the Sunday action? All right, Scotty, we got you coming up here. Horse Feathers Online. It's 844-844-3388 on a Back to Work Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Gas prices inch downward across the United States.
Gas prices are on a slight decline across the country. AAA reporting the current nationwide average for a gallon of gas is $4.26. That's down from last week's average of $4.32. However, this time last year, gas was an average of $2.88. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
The Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. kicked off this weekend. Washington, D.C.'s most famous cherry trees are along the tidal basin and nearing peak bloom, but you are able to view the cherry blossoms throughout D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia. This woman tells NBC4 in Washington, D.C. she's excited to see the cherry blossoms this year.
It's a real blessing. It really, really is. I'm thankful.
There's even a cherry blossom water taxi if you're interested. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Negotiations continue toward a potential new Iranian nuclear deal. While some have been critical of the Biden administration's desire to come to terms on a new agreement, while appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Senator Chris Murphy says those critics are not seeing the big picture.
We cannot allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. That sets up a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues, having watched what Vladimir Putin can get away with nuclear weapons, want to hand nuclear weapons to the Iranians.
The Democrat from Connecticut reminding everyone the Obama administration agreed to the first Iran nuclear deal in 2015, but the Trump administration withdrew from it. Minnesota public defenders reach a deal to avert a strike.
Public defenders in Minnesota have reached a tentative agreement with the State Board of Public Defense. The two sides met with a mediator Friday when the deal was reached. The counselors say they've been pushed to the brink by unmanageable high caseloads that have become routine due to the pandemic, a problem that is being felt across the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
One lot of a pancake and waffle mix is being recalled. The FDA saying Great Value Buttermilk Pancake and Waffle Mix is being recalled because of a potential for contamination from foreign material. The code of the lot being recalled is KX2063. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, let me quickly get back to some of the other listening friends checking in. Shorty did give me a heads up there. As I'm scrolling through, these are the comments that had all come back nearly an hour ago. Just getting around to them. Said that 71 northbound that shut down in Kentucky at the 42-mile marker. Said that's all he really knows tonight. All right, there's, let's see, Scooter checking in. Off tonight, tuned in with a glass of fine bourbon in hand. Let's go, Brandon. Hello to the Jimmy Jammer this Monday morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Okama, Oklahoma. Got 62 degrees. Got loaded in Santa Fe, New Mexico earlier. Headed back to Georgia. Looking forward to being home for a few days after unloading Tuesday. Then I'll start another tour to Columbus, Ohio, to Phoenix and Birmingham. Yeah, these are only one-day shows, so it's not too bad. Now, if the puppet and his handlers allow Title 42 to lapse, isn't it logical they'd have to repeal the emergency declaration? I think we should all be calling our representatives asking that same question. Hope Big Ed's feeling better. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Rhonda. Home tonight. Kiddos tomorrow night, for sure. All right, morning, let's see, from Green Bay. There's Mark checking in. Had great weather today. Fired up the grill. Brats and burgers with the family. Doesn't get any better than that. But it's back to work in the morning. All right, let's see. Marty checking in. Can we watch a live this week at the Mid-America Truck Show at noon via iTunes? Yeah, let's see. Not iTunes. You got YouTube. You got the Facebook feed. Yeah, we will be streaming live just like we are from the midnight to 5 a.m. hours, but that's the plan. They're going to have a camera set up they said it should be a pretty cool idea to be able to see all the people kind of milling around and maybe get a view of what's actually happening at the show around the booth there. So they'll be getting things set up here in the next couple of days. Let's see. Hey, Steve, Ice Cream Man here, checking in 100 miles north of Los Angeles, California. There's Kyle. He was with us here at the bottom of the past hour. Greetings from Louisville, Kentucky. The Mid-America Truck Show starting at 8 a.m. We're going to be rolling in a very special truck into the Hot Shot Secrets booth. Yes, indeed. Everybody's going to be kind of surprised. You know, he already kind of tipped the hat. The first thing I thought when he said we're going to have a special truck in our booth, I thought the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, right? That would make sense. Nope. Something else. Got to wait till you get there to see. Hello to Hired Gun, morning from Northwest Georgia, 47 and clear. First AMS weekend I've actually enjoyed in 25 years. I've been telling them to turn it into a 2/3 size Talladega. They finally listened. That's Atlanta Motor Speedway, right? Matter of fact, we do have Ryan sent me our race report we'll get to momentarily. Lower, slower Delaware here watching and listening this morning. 48 balmy degrees here. Hired Gun, chatting back and forth. All right, Hired Gun's from Kingston, Georgia, halfway between Cartersville and Rome, Georgia. Well, we got, let's see, the inbred redneck sent Hogzilla after Big Ed. That's the rest of the story. Morning, Steve, from the Kentucky Mud Dog. Looking forward to seeing you there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. All right. Yes, indeed. Hello to Sylvester, who jumped on board little late, just before the top of the hour, but hey, he's on board nonetheless. And he's asking, hey, Kyle, any word about getting Hot Shot Secret products here in Australia, the land down under? All right. Thanks to all those checking in here via Facebook and YouTube. Hope you had a great weekend. What's going on, D-Man? What do you say? How was your weekend?
Oh, can't complain, I don't guess. Had good weather here in Kansas. After a very fluke snowstorm, dropped about 3 inches of snow in an hour there Friday morning about the time I got home. And hell, it was gone by about 10:30 that morning. Then it warmed up. I think we was up in the upper 70s today. I ain't gonna make it to the truck show. I gotta go out here to Seattle, Washington.
Really? Another change. So you were off, and then you were on, and now you're off again.
Yeah. I didn't get my vacation put in any time, and I could have pushed it, but I was like, well, I thought the winter weather was gone, else I probably would have went to Louisville, to be honest. But I'm out here just about to Colorado right now. I'm like, what are you talking about snow?
Yeah,
Snow in Denver.
It's going to be a little different come later today out there, yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 stops in Utah, then 1 in Seattle, so let's see what happens. But the real story of what happened to Big Ed is he went out reveling on St. Patrick's Day, and the damn little leprechaun got his ass is what happened.
All right, too much green beer.
I don't know why he wants to make up... but I'm glad he's doing okay, but you wanting to blame the Russians, I swear. But, yeah, like I said, I wanted to get up there to the truck show, but it just wasn't meant to be, I don't guess.
Uh-huh.
Talked to Jaybird earlier, and he said he'd called in the other night. I guess I missed that.
He did, yes.
He was still up there. They, riding around down at D.C. earlier. I don't know what their plans are, nothing like that, but like I said, I missed his call the other night. He said he called in. I told him, I said, you said you were going to call in for a week. I said, Steve kept putting out the bat signal, but,
Yeah, he did finally check it. I was somewhere like 3 o'clock in the way. He said, I set my alarm for 12:30, but I said it was no big deal because we ended up having Sarah Lee was on Friday morning for that first couple of hours. So by checking him when he did a little after 3 o'clock, it worked out well. And he just he just gave us the full report. A lot of people there, people coming and going on any given day. And he was planning on maybe making a run somewhere up to where was he going, to Michigan or somewhere? But he said, I'm going to cancel that and stick around here until I feel like it's time to leave.
Right. That's what he told me. So I don't know. He said he might leave there Tuesday, but he wasn't really sure. But anyway, well, that's about all I got there. I said I wanted to cuss you because you were cussing us with snow and everything, and I got here and they can play around in it, I guess, one more time. Maybe this will be the last one for the year.
Hopefully, maybe, but I don't know. As far as Denver goes, like they say that they actually get some of their biggest snows in the springtime versus the heart of winter. So.
Oh, yeah. But, okay, well, y'all have a good one. Be safe.
All right, thanks for checking in. So we'll miss you in Louisville. No Big Ed, no Scotty this time around. All right, somebody has to pick up make up for that. Come on down and join us. Our number, 844-844-3388. Here on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I did not get to tune into the action at Atlanta Motor Speedway. I did tune in a little bit to some of the Xfinity race over the weekend. But here's the breakdown. Ryan, thank you very much once again. NASCAR visiting the newly repaved and reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. You see, I wasn't even aware of the reconfiguration. I'll be quite honest, over the years, I'll get back in the 90s when I lived there in Northwest Georgia, made it to a handful of races over the years there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Yeah, they tended to be some of those monotonous, just, round and round, not a whole lot of action kind of tracks. So they really needed that. Friday saw practice get canceled due to rain. NASCAR made the decision to allow teams to practice on the new track Saturday rather than qualifying. Sunday's race lineup was determined by the same formula that was used during the COVID when there was no qualifying. William Byron won Stage 1 after starting 12th in Sunday's race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. blew a tire leading with 9 laps remaining in Stage 2. After not scoring any points in Stage 1, Ryan Blaney then winning Stage 2. William Byron saw the checkered flag first as cars went crashing behind him across the finish line. This is the third Hendrick car to win this year. Ross Chastain finishing second, followed by Kurt Busch, Daniel Suarez, and Corey LaJoie finishing fifth. Now, Byron flew back to North Carolina on Saturday to compete in a pavement super late model race where he won the Easter Bunny 150 at Hickory Speedway. On to the IndyCar action. IndyCars were back in action this weekend at Texas Motor Speedway. Joseph Newgarden led only 3 laps, but was able to beat his teammate to the checkered flag. Newgarden met in victory lane, where team owner Roger Penske laid 6 crisp $100 bills in Newgarden's hand as a bonus, as this was Team Penske's 600th win across all racing disciplines. So $1 for each win. Come on, Roger, you got the cash. Why don't you make it $100 for each win? That's a payday now, all right? In Formula One action, Formula One started their season in Bahrain this weekend. Former Haas driver Kevin Magnussen has been named the replacement driver for Nikita Mazepin and was able to qualify an impressive 8th for Haas. Sunday's race saw Charles Leclerc standing on the top stem of the podium in his Ferrari with teammate Carlos Sainz finishing second, and Mercedes driver Lewis Hamilton finishing third. All right, Formula One back in action. And what about horse feathers? How was your weekend?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Yeah, it wasn't bad once we got around to doing something for it. So work Saturday morning there, so that took up most of Saturday by the time I got done doing that. And then we had a bunch of material brought in for the driveway, so I had to fire the old tractor up and get all that material spread out on the driveway there for about a little over a quarter mile. So anyway, I don't know, it's something about taking the old 359 Peterbilt there to take up to the Make-A-Wish show to, I don't know, did I take it somewhere over the weekend? I don't know. Did it possibly go southwest from Maryland? Don't know. I guess we'll all find out on Thursday.
You're not
we?
exactly sure, huh? You're not.
I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag if my truck is in Louisville at the Hot Shot secret booth or not.
I hear
do
you.
That. So speaking of the show, you're supposed to do something. We got a new week, and I know if somebody don't stick you in the ribs with a sharp, pointy stick, you're not going to remember probably. Aren't we supposed to be giving something away?
Yeah, we've got our seats from Bostrom and National Seating. Yes. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, get registered for those who can't make it to Louisville, and then when you do get to the show, come on by to the booth and get registered for we've got a Pro Ride and we've got a Corsair. That's a National Seating Corsair, but we'll have all 3 seats on display there at the booth at the Mid-America Truck Show.
All right, I know them seat guys there. They want somebody to stick you in the ribs once in a while and remind you to do that.
Yeah, I listened for an hour and a half, and he never mentioned the damn promotion. Come on, Steve.
Right? So anyways, there. We got that out of the way for the beginning of the show. Now somebody else there at that final hour there, that loneliest hour, has got to call in there and remind you one more time.
Yep.
But now I don't know. Everything's kind of quiet here. I did see one TikTok video dated 3/18, and they were talking about there was people tossing bricks. I don't know if you got any report on that or not. I think I forwarded you that one. But anyways, yeah, I still haven't been able to make any contact with anybody out there. Nobody's followed me back so I can send them messages or anything that I've tried to follow that have been out there. So I don't know. I can't get any messages through to them to get replies or anything. So, but other than that, I don't know. Things are kind of quiet. Back on the chillier side. I guess what you said, we're going to have this is going to be the weather temperature through the week. There, we're going to have mid-40s, 50s, and
a little on the cool side. Yeah, 50-something for highs, 41 for the lows. First couple nights. Saturday night dropping down to 33, so going to be chilly that final night.
But what about the precipitations? Is there supposed to be any precipitation after we get done with this? Are they still calling this thing a colossal storm coming across the country, or have they let off on that?
No, they're saying this is going to be a big storm. Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be the rainy, soggy days. Wednesday's going to be the heaviest rain there in Kentucky. The storm's then going to pass on east. See, because they're going to be like 70 degrees today, 73, I think. And then once that storm comes through, then passes through, highs only in the 50s, lows in about 41, so almost upper 30s each night. But it's no rain in the forecast Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
All right. Well, as they're calling for our weather here to be Wednesday and Thursday. We got 80% chance of rain both Wednesday and Thursday, last I saw. So I'm hoping that doesn't do anything to screw up my Southwest reservation there to try to get my butt out there. So we'll see how all that works out. And
I mean, the way you're positioned, you're going to be. I mean, you're coming from the East Coast, headed to Louisville. That storm's going to be somewhere. Whenever you take off, it's going to be somewhere between you and your destination. Yeah, you may have a bit of a bumpy ride because there's supposed to be a lot of upper level winds and whatnot. Yeah, with this particular system. So I hope a bumpy plane ride doesn't make you nervous.
No, I actually prefer it. I actually like a little bit of turbulence on the plane there. It gives a little excitement to the flight there. Them smooth plane ones there, the flying ones, they just, I don't know, it's kind of boring and monotonous flying across there, especially if it's cloudy and you can't see back down to the ground. I mean, there's at least get a little action in the plane, a little motion in the ocean or something like that going, right?
Yep.
But so speaking of coming to the show, what do you think about that Big Ed there coming up with this lame excuse to jap out and not have me, be able to come up there and do what he did himself, with my brass knuckles? I got them all polished up, ready to go. I mean, I was, I've been looking forward to meeting this Big Ed character ever since our cruise there back in 19, this whole lip dragger thing he started there. And, every time he's supposed to show up somewhere that I'm going to be, he comes up with these lame excuses that he does. I don't know. And then, I see this and I'm like, well, I see what he's going to do. He's going to blame me for, I'm glad I got electronic log. I can prove where I was at there. And I didn't fly out there to Oklahoma and go and use my brass knuckles all over, up and down his face. But anyways, there. So now, sorry hear about him and Scotty and that. I just hope, we're starting to lose our quartets here. All our major singers here for the sing-along truck driver songs with horse feathers there.
Oh man, that was by design. Thank goodness.
Next thing you know, we won't have Big Moose there strumming his guitar out there. What's going on? It's just, I don't know. I thought this Big 50 was going to be a hoorah thing there, but I don't know. So, but anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, we're going to kick back and listen to everybody else there and do a couple things we got to do to actually make it so we can motivate down the highway, because we're running on an odd schedule on a Monday morning. Imagine that. Imagine things getting screwed up already on a Monday morning, Your Honor.
Right out of the box. What a way to start a new week. All right. Well, hey, we'll look forward to we'll check in later. If we don't hear from you again, we'll hear from you tomorrow morning. Surely he'll check in that loneliest hour. Let's get a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is preparing for Europe this week, but he won't travel to Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki confirming that in a tweet on Sunday. She said the trip will be focused on continuing to rally the world in support of the Ukrainian people against President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Biden's set to depart for Brussels on Wednesday. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso says Biden needs to accomplish 3 key things while attending the NATO summit in Brussels.
He needs to tell NATO that we collectively are going to supply the people of Ukraine things that they know how to use.
That audio courtesy of ABC's This Week. The UN Refugee Agency is reporting that 10 million people have fled their homes in Ukraine since the beginning of the Russian invasion. That's around a quarter of the country's population. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity. Great nutritional company. Based on 90 for life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids, and don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget You need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, as we do indeed count down the days, Mid-America Truck Show, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration plans to be there informing truckers about the latest regulations. They're planning to answer drivers' questions. Of course, it is the 50th anniversary celebration Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The Kentucky Expo Center there in Louisville. The first in-person show since 2019, thanks to the pandemic. The FMCSA will offer an information session 10 a.m. Friday. If you want to jot things down, that's in room B104. They're expected to discuss topics like the new entry-level driver training program, some discussion about human trafficking efforts, drug and alcohol regulations, and the crash preventability determination program. And there will also be an opportunity to ask questions following the FMCSA's presentation. An information session is planned with the Department of Transportation and the U.S. Department of Labor. That's at 11 a.m. Friday, I guess right on the heels of the first, in room B104. Same room, so I guess you could sit there for both. Yeah, that's a joint session discussing the department's efforts to recruit and retain more drivers to the industry, as well as other initiatives. Now, if they would take questions in regard to that, some of the drivers could probably ask some pretty poignant questions about, are you addressing the real problems? The detention time, the number of hours that are given away week after week, uncompensated for drivers and those sort of things. I do say, in addition, the FMCSA's acting administrator, Robin Hutchison, is expected to meet with members of the media on Thursday. Of course, our friends at OOIDA will be there with some educational opportunities at the show as well. An OOIDA Town Hall event is scheduled from 1 till 2 p.m. on Friday. That'll be in the room C, as in Charlie, 108 at the Expo Center. That's supposed to be an open forum question and answer session with OOIDA President Todd Spencer, OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, and lobbyist from the association's Washington, D.C. office. Okay, that's Friday from 1 to 2. Thursday, as a matter of fact, Louis Pugh, the Executive Vice President, will be joining us at our live broadcast at the 1 o'clock hour, sometime between 1 and 2 that afternoon. The town hall, they tell us, will provide truckers a chance to hear directly from OOIDA's leadership and the government affairs team about some of the recent developments in Washington, D.C., and some of the important initiatives they've been working on will be working on over the coming year. According to the Director of Legislative Affairs, attendees will also have the opportunity to provide their feedback and ask questions about ongoing issues. Anything from hours of service regulations to truck parking to fighting back against these excessive mandates that have been so high in the news as of late, to improving working conditions for truck drivers. Looking forward to discussing these and other important issues with the trucking community. So much to cover there in Louisville, Kentucky. All right, Double R's on the line. Hey there, what's happening, Double R?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Monday. Doing all right. Get the new week started here.
Yeah, I'm just now trying to get out of, I'm downtown Atlanta here. We doing the outbound auto show, and just got loaded, and I'm getting the hell out of here. So, anyhow, we're headed up to Michigan, unloading, and I'm gonna head back down to the house and left Anita at home. Oh, by the way, Big G, the guy,
the convoy guy,
the guys in charge of the, he's going to be at the Mid America, and I talked to him, and he's going to look you up. I gave him your booth number, and that way you can talk to him, and he can, tell you what's going on down there at the convoy.
Good.
Trying to let everybody know.
That'll be good.
So, but I did do that. I called in Saturday, I believe it was. Not to the radio show, because I knew you weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
I called Hot Shot Secret. I was trying to get an order, and I got a hold of some foreign lady, and all I heard was a baby screaming in the background. I couldn't understand her anyhow because of her language. And kind of, upset me a little bit. And I just told the woman, I said, you know what? Just forget it. I'll get a hold of Steve and talk to him, and maybe I can just put my order in. And but yeah, that was pretty upsetting. But it is what it is, I guess.
I know they use an answering service, for after hours for people that, say you were to call the number right now to place an order, but it's not something that's supposed to be based out of India. They're supposed to be based, I think it's out in Utah. You shouldn't be getting somebody that can't speak it English, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, she couldn't. She sounded like she was Mexican. I wasn't holding that against her, but, it was just upsetting. I knew she was at home because you heard a bunch of people in the background. You heard screaming kids, and
she's working from home. If you're going to be working from home, lady, at least get yourself a private room to answer calls, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you would think so. But, man, I hate driving downtown Atlanta. I can't get out of this damn place for nothing. I've been on this same road. I know this is my third trip. It's like, my God, what am I doing? So my GPS is going nuts. But anyhow, I just wanted to call and see how you're doing. And we had a good time up there at Ruby Falls. And we came on back. Like I said, I dropped Anita off. Anita's at home. I got to take her to the hospital Friday. She's got to go see a surgeon. She number 5 and number 7
discs.
Got in her neck. Yeah, they're compressed.
Yeah,
that's the artificial ones that she had put in. And when we were doing that remodeling there, and she wasn't paying attention how she walked, tripped and hit the head on a wall. It compressed them. And so, like I said, she's got to go see a surgeon. I'll be damned, I made it to the interstate. She's got to go see a surgeon Friday. So you're going to be at the truck show, what, Steve? Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
All 3 days.
Saturday afternoon?
No, we'll be there Saturday. We're planning to go to the truck pools, truck and tractor pools in Freedom Hall Saturday night. Yeah, when the show wraps up. Okay.
Well, maybe I can get me some tickets and join you guys. That'd be nice. So, okay. I'll, Nita's able to do it. We'll be there. I just, wanted to give you a heads up of what's going on. And, well, you guys know, so.
Okay.
But,
so
look, I took enough of your time. Yeah.
So you're going to be out Thursday, take her to the doctor Friday, and if everything's okay, maybe come up, Friday evening or maybe Saturday morning kind of thing?
Yeah, well, her appointment is Friday morning, and everything goes well. We'll probably just take off from there and come on up.
Okay.
And I'll give Sis a call and let her know I'm on my way up. That way she can let you know, and
okay.
We'll just take it from there, so.
All right.
Okie dokie. Well, I'll be listening to you tonight. I got 700 miles to run.
All right. Safe travels out there.
I'll be out here listening. If I think of some more good.
Just be glad.
Yeah.
Just be glad you're getting out of Atlanta at 1:45 a.m. rather than 1:45 p.m. I mean, even at these, early morning hours, the traffic around Atlanta, it's insane. But, all right, we'll look forward to maybe seeing you coming up late this week. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Back to the old grind, get settled in as we get set for the big show. Louisville, Kentucky. A little more on travelers weather. This winter's been a roller coaster ride across the country, from coast to coast. And for part of the country, the ride has come to an end, but there's still a few bumps before winter weather will gone for good. Of course, winter ended. Spring officially arrived this past day, 11:33 a.m. Eastern Time. But we're not really ready to announce the end of winter just yet, at least for part of the country. About 2/3 of the country is going to have to keep a snow shovel or an ice scraper handy for the next, not few days, maybe few weeks, as the arrival of spring is not going to shut the door on Old Man Winter just yet. A few more storms are going to track from the northwest to the southern Rockies, then cut across the plains and the Ohio Valley, probably through early April, they're telling us. This active pattern will have storm tracks paired with additional waves of cold air from the north, which will mean the possibility of snow, even though spring has officially arrived. Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Boston, New York City. Yeah, people who live further south may finally be safe to pack away the snow shovels until next winter. But those areas north of that line, we do feel anywhere from Philadelphia southward to D.C. into the Carolinas and the Gulf Coast is pretty much safe. Won't likely see any snowfall for the rest of the season. Long-range forecasters expect a very active storm track to continue, though, further to the west, across Washington, Oregon, into the central portion of the Rockies, right on into April. Yeah, there's still a chance for some snow in some of those cities along the I-5 corridor, which is pretty late for this time of year. Some of those storms may dip a bit further south, bringing some light rain and late-season snow to parts of even California. But a significant drought-busting weather pattern is not looking likely to unfold. At this point, the western portions of the U.S. needs all the precipitation they can get to help fill the water reservoirs and build up the snowpack in the mountains before the dry winter months end. We were talking last week, Lake Powell, the water reservoir, held back by the Glen Canyon Dam in Arizona, hitting the lowest level this past week since it was constructed in the early 1960s, they tell us. At this level, there's the risk the reservoir may dry up to the point that hydroelectric power cannot be generated there. Now, even with the short-term benefits of early spring precipitation and some of the summer snowmelt feeding the reservoir, it's going to be a drop in the bucket compared to the long-term drought issues across the interior West. But the whole season wasn't dry. Early season storms bringing California, dousing California in December, uploading yards of much-needed snow across the Sierra Nevada before what turned out to be a nearly bone-dry January and February. There was even a period of record-challenging heat in early February, recall during the Super Bowl. Felt more like summer than winter in Southern California. Yeah, meanwhile, the onset of the snowy season was late to arrive in Denver and Chicago, both of those cities, setting new records for the latest first measurable snow in history. Now, the winter as a whole wasn't as snowy as it typically is for many towns across the Northeast and the Midwest. There were a few exceptions. Atlantic City, New Jersey, had the biggest amount of snow compared to normal, 33.3 inches this winter. And nearly all of that fell in the month of January, but that nearly doubles the average of 17.4 inches there. Nashville, Tennessee, another that experienced the snowiest winter in nearly a decade, 12.3 inches accumulating in Music City, a total that was just shy of the 12.5 inches that accumulated in the winter of 2010 and 11. The biggest surprises were not the towns that reported more snow than normal, but those that ended the winter well below average. Fulton, New York, the biggest upset of the season, measuring just half the annual 140 inches that typically falls there in upstate New York. Erie, PA also experienced a lack of snow, only 60.5 inches through March the 17th, well below the seasonal average of 104.3 inches that falls there. All right, there you go. Let's get back to our calls this morning about 6 before the hour on a Monday. And hey, what's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Yep.
I don't know. Are you buying it, Steve? Big head story, man. Are you buying it?
Well, you think he's pulling our legs? Looked like he got hit around. I'd be buying more into the ball bat theory.
Yeah, I thought maybe he heard you talking about filling up the pool. You filling up your pool when he forgot to turn the valve on when he's talking about, dumping all this fresh water. Thought he hit the valve and didn't hit the valve and went to jump in. And thank God he's okay, though, man. Yeah,
did you see some of those pictures? He took a hit to the head big time.
Man, didn't he, though? I'll tell you, I'm Steve, when you get our age, man, them things, easy to get over when you get up there like that.
Yeah.
But thank God he's going to be all right, man. Yeah, he's a hurting puppy, though. That's for sure, man. Anyway, Big Ed, hang in there, buddy. You'll be all right. This will hook him up with some blats, right?
That'll do the trick, yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, what's the big news of the day, Steve? As far as I'm concerned, take a big guess.
Big news of the day.
New York Times came.
Hunter Biden, Hunter's laptop, you think?
Hunter's laptop happens to be
legit,
verified, Steve. New York Times comes out and admits it.
But only, a year and a half, two years after the fact?
16, 17 months? Steve, they knew it the whole time. They ain't fooling nobody. They're just trying to cover their butts because something's probably getting ready to go down.
Yeah, I did see William Barr. William Barr said that had the New York Times and the other media outlets not suppressed that story prior to the election in 2020, it would have influenced the election. The media was obviously complicit in trying to bury the story.
Absolutely, Steve. These tech tyrants, the radical media, the CNNs, MSNBC, New York Times, et cetera, et cetera. Steve, along with members of federal law enforcement, U.S. government, the list goes Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Steve, they were all involved in a massive cover-up to influence the outcome of the 2022 election.
Didn't we see anyone that was trying to post any links to stories about that on some of the social media getting flagged as false information and maybe getting banned if they persisted in trying to push the story? Yep.
This is Russia's disinformation. Twitter banned the United States president, Steve. Man, if this is not crazy communist tactics, what is? Right here in our own country, Steve. And everybody's talking, Michael Lindell, the pillow guy, talking about all the corruption, in the election with the machines and all this other stuff. But this should be the big story, Steve. There was a poll put out that they started going around asking Biden voters, hey, if you would have known then what you know now, would you have voted for Biden?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are coming out and saying, nope.
No.
Had no clue about none of this because they covered it up to influence the election. Man, got my goat, Steve. I'm burned up.
So were all these mainstream media. Is Don Lemon and Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and are they all going to come out and actually talk about this, the fact that it's real and it's been real from day one, or no?
Yeah, didn't, who was it that took a little break from CNN, Steve? Right about the time the Ukraine war started there. They still ain't calling it a war, but, hang on, what was the female's name? Rachel Maddow, maybe? I don't know. She took a little break, took a little vacation, some time off. I don't know if she's back or not, because I don't watch today.
Right.
Shows, but, and this whole China deal, Steve, man, we're in a mess, dude. You got Saudi Arabia. When they refused to take Biden's call, who did they call? Who did they turn around and call, Steve? They called China. Invited China's President Xi in. Come on in, man. Let's talk about purchasing some oil. And Steve, not only that, it's my understanding that they agreed to accept the Chinese
yuan
communist currency as payment.
This is going to upset
Remember I told you
the dominance of the U.S. dollar in global trade is being right before our very eyes is being turned upside down.
Steve, did I not say this 2 or 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago, a month ago, that I was worried about the U.S. dollar. I don't know if you remember, said it on the show.
Oh, yeah.
With this going on in Russia and all this stuff that can happen. The way, the way they are handling this. I don't know. We'll see. See what China does. Look for if China starts to do anything in Taiwan, Steve, I don't know if they're going to like do a massive bombing. You know, hey, what's Taiwan and Cuba have in common? They're both islands.
Mm-hmm.
Back during the Cuban missile crisis, right, when we found out Russia was sending them missiles into Cuba and trying to set up some launch pads there, what did we do? We set up a blockade around Cuba. And tensions were tight when a couple Russian ships were approaching Cuba. You know, that's when tensions were at their highest. Well, what is Russia going to do? Are they going to try to break through the blockade, or are they going to turn around and go back home? Well, they turned around and went back home. And so if you start to see China starting some sort of naval blockade around Taiwan, that's when you can start to see things getting real ugly and interesting. So just a heads up on that. Our 7th Fleet, God love them, but it's not what it used to be. All right, my man, you're probably at the top of the hour. I don't know exactly what time it is, but I'm sure you got to go. And
yeah, we get news
working
break time.
on Louisville.
All right. Well, yeah, hopefully you can get that worked out. Thank you much, Pappy. Yeah, we got the rest of the story on Hunter Biden's lap. New York Post actually taking a jab at the New York Times. Are you shish kebabbing us? Was the headline. I think that's, forgive the profanity, but you've got to be shish kebabbing us, was the quote from the New York Times. After all this time of denying, you actually come out with a headline that says, Hunter Biden's laptop authenticated. Really? Oh, my. You can't make this stuff up. Back at a moment, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Gas prices inch downward across the United States.
Gas prices are on a slight decline across the country. AAA reporting the current nationwide average for a gallon of gas is $4.26. That's down from last week's average of $4.32. However, this time last year, gas was an average of $2.88. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
The Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. kicked off this weekend. Washington, D.C.'s most famous cherry trees are along the tidal basin and nearing peak bloom, but you are able to view the cherry blossoms throughout D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia. This woman tells NBC4 in Washington, D.C., She's excited to see the cherry blossoms this year.
It's a real blessing. It really, really is. I'm thankful.
There's even a cherry blossom water taxi if you're interested. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Negotiations continue toward a potential new Iranian nuclear deal. While some have been critical of the Biden administration's desire to come to terms on a new agreement, while appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Senator Chris Murphy says those critics are not seeing the big picture.
We cannot allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. That sets off a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues, having watched what Vladimir Putin can get away with nuclear weapons, want to hand nuclear weapons to the Iranians.
The Democrat from Connecticut reminding everyone the Obama administration agreed to the first Iran nuclear deal in 2015, but the Trump administration withdrew from it. Minnesota public defenders reach a deal to avert a strike.
Public defenders in Minnesota have reached a tentative agreement with the State Board of Public Defense. The two sides met with a mediator Friday when the deal was reached. The counselors say they've been pushed to the brink by unmanageable high caseloads that have become routine due to the pandemic, a problem that is being felt across the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
One lot of a pancake and waffle mix is being recalled. The FDA saying Great Value Buttermilk Pancake and Waffle Mix is being recalled because of a potential for contamination from foreign material. The code of the lot being recalled is KX2063. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Another hour on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Close things out as we turn the page on the calendar. 21st day of March. Here we go. Shorty did say here a bit ago, when did you say that? About 1:30. 71 North that was shut down there in Kentucky is back open once again, all right? Hello to the shadow artist. Hello, Gwen. 46 here in Brooksville, Kentucky. Starting to come back to life after my BFF and I wrecked ourselves on St. Patty's Day. Oh, I had a good time, huh? You're telling me it was one of those nights where you said, Lord, I'll never do this again. Please, if I can just get through this. Hello to Buster Brown. Is there a list of booths and or numbers, like the name of the products they're selling? I'm hoping I'll find safety products for alertness, situational awareness, brushing up on mental health. Hey, Buster Brown, if you go to the website, which is Trucking Show, plural, Trucking, Trucking, truckingshow.com, I'm used to using an actual computer, so like on a laptop or whatever. I find it so much easier to navigate. A lot of people nowadays, of course, go to things, websites on their smartphone, and everything is so much different. I can't find anything trying to use a smartphone to search the internet. But on the computer, right there on the home page, you can go take your little mouse and right up at the top, you can put your mouse over the show. You can download the floor plan for the show, the exhibitor list, which would give you the number of whoever you're looking for throughout the entire show. You can highlight some of the exhibits. You can plan your trip, where to stay, directions and parking, all that good stuff. But yeah, over the floor plan, you download the entire, and you can pick wing by wing. We're going to be in the north wing, by the way. All those years with 700, we were in the north wing lobby, which, I mean, when folks walked in the front door there in the north wing lobby, we were right there front and center. There they are. We're going to come back into the heart of the show now in the north wing. They actually get a lot more foot traffic back into the actual heart of the wing. But I just clicked on the north wing there. And obviously the smaller booths, like we're in a 10 by 10 booth, it's too small to even fit the name of who's going to be where. But the larger booths, you see Hot Shot Secret, booth number 12036. Right next to them will be Diesel Laptops. Next to them, Talladega Fiberglass, Tower Trike, on and on and on. The Big Rig Chrome, Lucas Oil, Torque Parts, on down the line. Some of the really large booths, Roadworks, whoever they are. Truckstop.com, Landstar, we're all familiar with them. Rand McNally, Iowa Customs, and you can go wing by wing. And it's always a good idea if you're planning to go in to a certain wing and see a certain booth. Say, I'm going to go back and see the Hot Shot Secret booth. And then next on your list, you've got a booth that you want to see, and they're over in the West Wing. It's going to take you damn near a half hour to walk from from the North Wing, make your way all the way around. You got to go around through the perimeter of Freedom Hall to get to the West Wing. Then you say, oh man, where's the OIDA booth? Where's OIDA at? Well, they're in the North Wing. It's like, oh man, all the way back. Try to line up if you're looking to see a handful of various booths in one particular wing, and it's very easy to do if you'll go to the floor plan and just check things off. Have a little bit of a schedule in place, all right? Meanwhile, yes, the New York Post taking a jab at the New York Times, a story that ran last week. The controversial laptop belonging to Joe Biden's son, Hunter. The Post, in an article that appeared last Thursday, says, quote, forgive the profanity, but you've got to be shish kebabbing us. First, the New York Times decides more than a year later that Hunter Biden's business woes are all of a sudden worthy of a story. Then, deep in the piece, in passing, they note, oh, by the way, Hunter Biden's laptop is legitimate. The Times story, which posted last Wednesday, dealing with emails found on Hunter's laptop. These emails were obtained by the New York Times from a cache of files that appears to have come from the laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in the Delaware repair shop. Remember, we were talking about this before I ever got released from my previous show. 2 years ago, nearly. The email and others in the cache were authenticated by people familiar with them and familiar with the investigation. Like Pappy said, the only reason the New York Times is saying anything about this now is because they've probably got a tip that the shoe's about to drop and there's going to be some details of what has been this ongoing investigation for a year and a half now that's actually going to come to light. And it's going to make them based on their denials for the past year and a half that there's no story here, they're going to come up looking like a total ass. In other words, your reporting, your so-called news and truth has been a lie. That's embarrassing. The Post then notes, authenticated. You don't say. You mean when a newspaper actually does reporting on a topic and doesn't just try to whitewash the coverage for Joe Biden, they discover that it's actually true? The Post had previously reported that during the final months of the 2020 presidential race between Joe and Trump, there were emails showing evidence of a meeting in the past between Hunter Biden, his father, Joe, now president, and the Ukrainian energy firm linked to corruption. Of course, Joe Biden denied the meeting. Didn't ever take place. The emails revealed Hunter Biden introduced a top Burisma executive to his father less than a year before the elder Biden admittedly pressured Ukraine to fire the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma because his little boy had ties to that company. The facts. But to have said that prior to the election, like Pappy just brought up, to bring that up on Facebook, YouTube, anything, social media, Instagram, Twitter, you were banned. You were shut down as perpetrating a lie, false information. It was all true then, and it's all true now. The Post said they received a copy of a laptop hard drive belonging to Hunter Biden from Rudy Giuliani, who was then a lawyer for Trump. Giuliani said he got the hard drive from the Delaware repair shop. This is old news, people. We talked about it then, but we were all made out to be fools, buying into some Russian collusion delusion thing that was a false narrative being presented by Trump. All you right-wing nuts, you Trump supporters, just trying to make Joe look bad. No, it was true. And they knew it was true. And the entire left-wing bought and paid for media in this country shut any reporting on that story down as a false narrative. Now, why? Why all of a sudden? All this time later, but ironically, what is the irony? What's transpired in Ukraine in the last month or so? You think there's any possibility of getting any sort of real documentation out of various government buildings and storage facilities that may contain the smoking gun about Joe and Hunter there in Ukraine? Well, amazingly enough, now look, that whole building got blown up by a hypersonic missile a week ago. Yes, by the way, Russia admitted over the weekend that they are using, for the first time in the battlefield, their brand new hypersonic missile capabilities. Missiles that can travel 4 times the speed of sound. What are the ironies of that? Now, keep in mind, there has been an active investigation into that laptop. But here's another thing that we know. Pappy had told us about this a year and a half ago as well. The FBI had that laptop for a full year plus. They had obtained it from that Delaware repair shop. They sat on it. They did nothing with that laptop for a full year. Why? Because it would have made Joe Biden's possibility of becoming president non-existent. Now, once it did come to light, as you say, from certain, like the New York Post, they tried to shut the Post down. They wanted them to retract that story. Is this all ringing a bell, people? Remember how it unfolded? When the truth did begin to surface, and even questions then about why, hey, wait a minute here. Yeah, this was turned over to the FBI over a year ago. You've done absolutely nothing with it. I think the FBI, in all honesty, wanted to sit on it, and it would never become a story. It'll all be swept under the rug. Someone actually turned on a little flashlight and said, hey, there's a little something going on over here. You think we might ought to look at this? And, of course, it was probably one of the biggest stories of the year 2 years ago. And all of a sudden now the New York Times says, oh, yeah, by the way, that Hunter Biden laptop thing, it's real. It's authenticated. What to do now? If that's not a prime example of, we talk about the Chinese Communist Party, yeah, their propaganda campaigns, the censoring of what the people can and cannot see in that country. Nothing gets through to the people in China without the authorization of the communist leadership there. And in all honesty, more and more in this country, doesn't it appear to you that what we get to see, what we're allowed to actually see and discuss, is being more and more controlled by, well, it's actually the government. Now, they're using their bought and paid for left-leaning media outlets to do the dirty work for them. Who's really calling the shots, you might ask? All right, let's just see. Missing link. Got you coming up in 2, and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And then, honestly, I don't even really know what to think about Bill Barr. Because you can go back to some of the archive stories where he refused to appoint any sort of a special investigation into that whole Hunter laptop thing. I mean, he was still in charge at the time, the waning days of the Trump administration, and now he's out there making the rounds. Like last week last Thursday night on Fox News saying that the Hunter laptop story, in his words, quote, definitely would have had an impact on the 2020 election. Get the story from Just the News. This was all back during the race between then, of course, President Trump and Joe Biden. Story about a laptop owned by Biden's son Hunter, saying it was Russian disinformation. As soon as the letter came out from the so-called intelligence specialist, the DNI, John Ratcliffe at the time, and the FBI, which worked for me, he said, they both came out and said this was not the result of Russian disinformation. The media ignored that completely and just kept going on with the disinformation lie. He also said Hunter Biden's potentially criminal and corrupt conduct, which emails and images on the laptop suggest is not necessarily the main issue at stake here. It's not a question of whether it was criminal or not. Just the facts alone were shameful, and most Americans would immediately see what was going on and how repulsive it was. That would have had an effect. Now, the issue of criminality, that's a different story. Hunter's overseas business dealings while his father was vice president, that was a topic of concern during the 2020 race. Remember when the New York Post initially ran the laptop story, which the paper said it obtained from Rudy Giuliani? Twitter blocked the spread of the story. They kicked the Post off the platform, and they would not allow anyone to share the link to the story. Remember that? All complicit. So social media, essentially. Social media shutting down a discussion of what was a true, significant narrative in politics involving a man running for president of the United States, at the same time shutting down anything from the man who then was president of the United States. They shut him down. And anything that would make Joe Biden look bad was shut down. Something wrong with this picture. Hey, good morning, Missing Link. What's going on?
Top of the morning to you, Steve. You know, all I'm going to say is money can buy anything. You know, and this, you talk about William Barr, who's to say that he wasn't one of the ones that was bought and paid for? I'm telling you, our government is so corrupt, it's not even funny. How do you think our founding fathers,
Yep.
they've got to be rolling in their graves, seriously. But, that's not the reason for my call. The reason for my call is had a misfortunate event the other day. I was in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and I was calling to get some advice. If any of these other drivers are out there listening and have had the same experience, what could be actually done about it, because I about lost my stuff the other day when I got handed the ticket. As a matter of fact, to be exact, $10,925.98.
Wow.
Is what the ticket is.
Yeah.
For a frost lull. We had just got done delivering Porsches there in Waukesha. So we reset my GPS for, it's truck GPS too. Reset it for Madison, Wisconsin, and was going over to Porsche over there in Madison. Anyways, needless to say, that's the way the GPS had us going. Was well, I guess and I had never even heard of a frost lull, Steve, ever.
Really?
And I was as nice as could be to the sheriff. I was like, listen, I said, this is the way our GPS had us going. Blah blah blah. Yes sir, no sir. Nice as could be. I told him, we don't live in this area, so this is the first for us, and you would think that he would have, at least gave a little bit of a warning, but no, he didn't. And I became a real douchebag after he ended up handing me the ticket. And I just basically told him straight, right to his face. It looks like to me like you and your city is just making an extra buck off the poor person, or off the, the hard American working man. Oh, I'm just doing my job, sir, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, whatever, I guess. It's hard enough living out here now, with the price of gasoline and everything else going up, and then you hand me an $11,000 ticket. It just, and then I had some other friends on Facebook told me, you really need to take that to court, because really technically they're charging you an unconstitutional amount for something that's probably not even a misdemeanor. And well, anyways, I was just, if any of these other drivers were out there listening, I just wondered if, if they had ever ran into this problem, and, what they, what can be done about it. Do I have a case to, is it worth it to get a lawyer and try to fight this, or what? So, yeah, could really use any advice.
I mean, I know we've talked about,
I couldn't believe it.
We've talked about frost laws over the years. I mean, I know it has to do with, you get the really cold temperatures in the winter, and I guess you can run heavier loads in the heart of the really cold months, because I get the frost level, the ground is frozen beneath. And then at some point in time, when things begin to thaw, they reduce the amount of weight that you're allowed to run. So what are they saying? You were over, was it based on your weight, what your weight was, and they charged you per pound or something?
Yeah, it was a 6,000 ton weight limit.
Uh-huh.
And he said there were signs posted. We didn't see the signs. Evidently, they're so small you didn't see them or something. But yeah, so yeah, they ended up taking me to some kind of rock quarry that had a scale and weighing me out and blah blah blah. And yeah, they charged me so much for every pound, or for every ton over.
Yeah.
And I about choked when he handed me the $11,000 ticket. I about choked. I'm like, if it had been like $150, $200,
right,
ticket or something, okay, pay it, be done with it. Yeah, nobody wants to even fork out $200 on a ticket, but at least that's a little bit more affordable than $11,000. Who the hell carries $11,000 on them? And like I said, I had some friends tell me, I need to take it to court. They're charging me an unconstitutional amount. And I just, like I said, if any of these other drivers were listening, I just wondered if they ran into the same problem, what they did about it,
Okay.
And is there anything that can be done about it? Is it even worth going and getting a lawyer? Or, is it something that, if I got a lawyer, am I still going to lose it? Anyways, but yeah. But how you been, buddy?
Hey, although I'm doing well. I'm sure as hell wouldn't be able to handle a $12,000 citation. I can tell you that.
Wow, I'm telling you, I couldn't believe it. I just, literally, I could see myself beside myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you had no idea how much strength it took me after he handed me that ticket, just going completely off on him. I was mad. But anyway, so yeah, we'll be at the truck show, buddy. We'll have to make sure we stop in and say, hey.
All right, yeah.
So, but anyways, I'll get on off here. You're at your break time. So,
all right. Hey, well, thanks for checking in.
If any drivers got any ideas?
Yep.
Give me a shout.
See if we can get some suggestions. Yeah. I guess you got to look at, all right, so if you retain a lawyer, what's it going to cost? If the lawyer were able to get an 11,000 ticket, bumped down to maybe 1,000, and you'd have to pay the lawyer, even at a couple thousand, you'd come out ahead. But that's the big question. When you retain, you don't know, are they going to be able to get anything reduced or not? And is it possible to find a lawyer that says, well, if we can't get it reduced, you don't owe us? Not. I doubt that, but all right, we'll get our news break here, though. More to come on Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls.
We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Our number 844-844-3388 on a Monday. You're looking at Shadow Artist who said, years ago, my trainer advised me it's never a bad idea to find a lawyer familiar with the trucking industry way before I ever needed one. That way, if something happened, I had somewhere to start to get good advice to protect my rights and maybe everything I've ever worked for. Yeah, I know there are firms that you can put them on, like, I don't know, is it retainer? You pay a fee on a monthly basis or whatever, and when the time arises that you need them, I think OOIDA offers some of those services. Probably a number of others as well, but it's never a bad idea to have a lawyer available at your behest, right? Meanwhile, under the industry headlines, couple of tidbits, and we'll get back to your calls. A man has life-threatening injuries Sunday after driving in the wrong direction. Here's another wrong-way driver. Ultimately, finding a semi-truck to impact head-on. Investigation found that Everett Dickerson of Defiance, Ohio, 61 years old, was driving a 2003 Chevrolet pickup eastbound in the westbound lanes of US 24, about 3:30 in the morning. Canadian driver, Hackenpreet Dill of Celadon, Ontario, Canada, was driving a 2019 Peterbilt westbound, striking him head-on and went off the side of the road. Police had already been looking for the pickup as they had received reports at about the same time, the vehicle going the wrong way, about 5 minutes before the crash. Dickerson was taken to the hospital for his injuries, life-threatening injuries. Police report, yes, alcohol is believed to have been a factor in the crash, which, again, that just happened Sunday morning, less than 24 hours ago. So the investigation is ongoing there. Remember last week when Heatwave had his little issue with, said he was calling the show and he would be able to kind of he'd get through and get put on hold. We were trying to figure out what was going on, and the discussion of 3G wireless, which is being switched off one carrier at a time around the country. Maybe that played a role. I think somewhere down the line, the discussion was the fact, he's got an older phone. And is it operating on the 3G? So there was a headline. Yes, the end is near for yet another 3G wireless network. T-Mobile will complete the shutdown of Sprint's 3G CDMA network March 31st, 10 days from now. As 3G networks go offline, you need to ensure that for those that use electronic logging devices, that it's got to be operating on a 4G or higher network. If you're still utilizing an ELD depending on 3G, you're going to lose service. And by the end of the year, all of the service will be gone. Many ELD manufacturers were prepared for the 3G sunset, proactively choosing to operate their units on 4G or 5G networks. There's a number of companies that continue to struggle to meet the demands of the transition, though. Earlier this month, the FMCSA granted an extension for 2 specific 3G-dependent ELDs. Devices that are covered under that extension will be Omnitrack's Intelligent Vehicle Gateway, ELD identifier. Yeah, they've got the serial numbers that would be covered by that. Then there's another called Blue Tree ELD, ELD identifier B as in boy, T as in Tom 500, BT 500. Carriers who, with those affected units, can maintain compliance by following a few simple steps. First, a copy of the extension must be maintained at the principal place of business, as well as in the cab of the truck. Each truck with the malfunctioning ELD, letters from both Omnitrack's and Blue Tree models can be downloaded on the FMCSA's website, they say. Additionally, a paper record of duty status must be kept until the ELD is returned to compliance. The sunset dates. AT&T was the first to take 3G network offline in February after the March 31st closure of the Sprint 3G CDMA network. The rest of the 3G shutdowns will be next on the list. The Sprint LTE, in parentheses, T-Mobile, June 30th, T-Mobile, July 1, and Verizon, December 31. If you have a 3G-dependent ELD, you've got to upgrade your equipment to avoid service interruptions. They say just contact your ELD manufacturer if you're not sure of what network your device actually runs on. Apparently, there's many drivers that they're unawares, have no idea. Meanwhile, back to the phones here, and Gary's on board. Gary, I shared that post of the car where you said it's oh so close. How things looking, Gary?
Looking good. I went down Monday and worked on it, helped work on it all week. And then Saturday I went with the engine builder, my tuner, Indy, down to Middle Georgia Motorsports Park. Warpath truck had a no-time race down there and helped him maintain the motor. And they ended up winning the whole shoot thing down there. It was something different for me, small tire world. But my car, I'm leaving tomorrow to go back tomorrow night to go back down to get the trailer and all the little stuff left. We're actually leave for the track Thursday, so we're just going to show up untested. Put the tune-ups in it, let her rip. Friday night be 2 qualifiers, and then we get 2 more qualifiers on Saturday. But we believe we got a pretty good handle of where we're going to be. So everybody and their brothers, wanting to beat the number 1 guy now. So
and that's you, right?
They can all get in line, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a big target on the back, but that's all right. Be the champ, you got to beat the champ. The way I look at it. It'll be interesting, but we're looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming, but the car's really looking good. So hopefully I'll shoot you a text or something Friday after qualifying. I know you'll be at the truck show.
Yeah.
and Saturday, once qualifying's done, we'll be done qualifying, I think, by 5 o'clock is our last qualifier Saturday. Then we go right into racing. So I can at least shoot you a message and let you know where we're at. But car's looking good. Everything looks good. Can't wait to get started.
Looking forward to another season. Now, like you said, you got that target on your back because you were the champion last year. Now you're in a new car, though, so it's going to be kind of a whole new ball game for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot different because we're going in right at 400 pounds lighter. As a good rule of thumb, anywhere from 600s to 700s, 100 pounds, what you should pick up and gain. Even if we're only 300 pounds, we're still looking at close to 2/10 faster. Make sure tuning window a little bit smaller, but the tuner that I've got, Andy, Skippy's, his Pro Extreme car that he crewed for years, it's going to be within 25 or 30 pounds of what we're going to weigh. So he has a lot of data, thousands of runs that he has in the laptops. So he's got a pretty good grip at where we need to start, and that's basically what we're going to do. We're just going to throw one of his old go-to runs where it would go down the track, just put that in there, and then once we go A to B one time, then he's got the information that he needs to up it, slow it down, tweak it here and there. And it shouldn't, I say it should, but it could be, but 9 times out of 10, it'll be pretty quick coming, put it that way.
Okay.
So time will tell, but I'm not too worried about the new car. It's a new car to me and to us, but it's not like the car has never went. I mean, the car goes way back as a well-known car. So I forget how many championships that the car itself had won or been involved in winning with different drivers. So it's not like it's a new car. It's an old car revitalized to a new car. So I'm not too concerned about it. So it'll definitely be interesting, though.
Good deal. All right. So it's almost that time. So next
Quite
weekend,
a few guys coming.
action on the track next weekend.
Next Friday we start Atmore, Alabama. So anybody that's going to be down in that general area, stop in and look us up. Like I said, we run it. I think 7 o'clock Friday night is our first hit, and I think 9 o'clock is our last hit Friday night. We got 2 hits Saturday, like 3 and 5, and then we start racing at 6 or 7, and then we race till it's over. It's a 16-car field down there, so 4 rounds and we're done. But anywhere from noon on, there'll be cars running at the track. So anybody wants to stop in, just stop on in. I won't be too hard to find. I'll be the one with the number 1 on the car.
That's a good number. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, I'll get off here and let you get back to the other callers. But good talking with you. Good luck good time at the truck show, and I'll text you as soon as I got any information.
Good deal. All right. If they're telling me everything's going to be pretty much, it should be almost identical to what I've got, so I'll be able to, like typically I do any night, keep an eye on the email and whatnot. So, yeah, you got something you want to share, to shoot it my way. If all goes to plan, that's the way it should pan out. On a Monday morning, Chevy Guy, what's happening?
Well, sort of like 57 Chevy fans, that's it. That's the holy grail. Everything else is transportation. It will be sort of funny if he looks across the Christmas tree and there sits his old 57 Chevy, and when they go make their run, all he sees is tail bends. So I'm rooting for the 57. And that is the great thing about inline racing, man. They can run, a 41 Willys out there. They can run all these different makes. It's it's a little bit more than just the horsepower, but the entertainment to see them old crates kicking it down the road. Pappy stole my thunder over this thing with New York Times, but I can fill in a little bit other on the story because I'm watching Fox News, and the Fox News feed was saying that these liberal outlets have turned on the New York Times so bad that they're all calling for the New York Times editorial board to be fired. So much for freedom of speech,
Wow.
know. I mean, these purveyors of freedom of speech, as long as you don't cross what they're saying. And about Hunter's laptop is what they're all upset about. Ray Barr, I could care less what that man has to say. He should be facing jail time himself because he had Hunter's laptop in his possession along with the FBI. They had pornography, child pornography, right then and there, and was looking at it, seen it, and dadgummit, they need to do. In South Carolina, you get caught looking at child pornography, it's a 10-year jail sentence. So, Ray Barr, you went from below a zero to me, buddy, so I don't care what you say. You're trying to dig your butt out of the hole because you know it might be coming out. It just might be Colonel Vindman and his buddies who turned on Donald Trump and slipped that message over to what's his name, the pencil neck guy,
Adam Schiff, yeah.
And yes, and turned on President Trump. Well, guess what? They're upset over Trump and the Fox News media. All these people said blood's on your hand because they were in the beginning saying we don't need to get involved in this war. Well, guess what? It's right down to that point. And right that time, I thought our administration was going to start shipping jets to Poland, and the jets, old MiGs being shipped to Ukraine. I thought all of a sudden, where did this come from? The Biden administration cuts them off at the knee, said, no, we're not going to send them. Well, could it be the fact that Putin said, hey, all right, I'll put up with your anti-tank and maybe even your able to shoot down my warplanes, but you ain't going to be sending no MiGs to Ukraine, or you will get this. And so there's a little bit of what does Putin have on Biden? Because man, he's taking a stand about not getting involved when everybody else seems to be wanting to get involved, and I'm not even sure. I mean, about where to take a stand on that, but dadgummit, right now, what they need over there right now is not MiGs. They need A-10 Warthogs. According to the news this morning, when I was watching it on TV, they were showing Russian MiGs shooting their missile not over Ukraine. They didn't invade Ukrainian airspace. They shot those missiles while they were still in Russia and turned away. So in a way, they're sort of like a little no-fly zone. I guess the Ukrainian Air Force is doing a heck of a job about shooting down Russian MiGs. And but right now, what they need is them A-10 Warthogs, man, to start taking out some of them tanks. And God forbid, them poor Russian soldiers, most of them have no clue that they got into. If you believe the news media, what they're saying in their cell phones, letters, and interviews of captors, they had no clue they were invading a neighbor country. They thought they were going in to rescue. It just, Putin, I believe he's sealed his fate of being right in line with Adolf Hitler and war crimes. I think, I guess they were talking in Turkey about some kind of a peace deal, but it's including denazification of Ukraine.
Right.
Well, the president, the president of Ukraine,
yes,
is Jewish relation. He lost relatives,
family in the Holocaust.
Thank you. Yes. So, what a crazy time we live in. I just do. I'm out of words here. But yeah, it's amazing now. All this stuff that we got kicked in the teeth for in the past is coming to light. And I think what it is they're starting to see things are going. Like the Vindmans, finding out that their country is gonna be under the thumb of the Russians before this is over with. And people like that and their ilk is probably saying, well, we got to get some information out there to get the president to move or get him out of the way. So we'll sit back and see what happens. Other than that, oh, man, the truck show is going to be interesting. Hey, you were saying your booth is going to be sort of small. I believe the scripture says don't despise little things, because a lot of powerful things for the truckers come out of that little booth. But it's going to be awful funny. You're going to have Moose all patched up, and all bandaged up. You're going to have Big Ed with that bandage around his head and eye covering his eye, looks like a mummy. You're going to have Gilligan there all patched up with his foot, and then you're going to have Horse Feathers over there leaning up against the pillar on the booth with slinging his steel knuckles around his finger with his 134 Comfort John Deere tractor up under his arm, under his
emotional support, his emotional support
calm.
tractor, right?
There you go. Hey, you can't get the big one on the airplane. How about it? So it's going to be a heck of a sight. I want pictures. Other than that, I'm afraid I'll have to keep working, Tim. All
right.
And these kids.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. We're at News Update. The midnight hour has come and gone on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
Gas prices inch downward across the United States.
Gas prices are on a slight decline across the country. AAA reporting the current nationwide average for a gallon of gas is $4.26. That's down from last week's average of $4.32. However, this time last year, gas was an average of $2.88. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
The Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. kicked off this weekend. Washington, D.C.'s most famous cherry trees are along the tidal basin and nearing peak bloom, but you are able to view the cherry blossoms throughout D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia. This woman tells NBC4 in Washington, D.C., she's excited to see the cherry blossoms this year.
It's a real blessing. It really, really is. I'm thankful.
There's even a cherry blossom water taxi if you're interested. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Negotiations continue toward a potential new Iranian nuclear deal. While some have been critical of the Biden administration's desire to come to terms on a new agreement, while appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Senator Chris Murphy says those critics are not seeing the big picture.
We cannot allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. That sets off a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues, having watched what Vladimir Putin can get away with nuclear weapons, want to hand nuclear weapons to the Iranians.
The Democrat from Connecticut reminding everyone the Obama administration agreed to the first Iran nuclear deal in 2015, but the Trump administration withdrew from it. Minnesota public defenders reach a deal to avert a strike.
Public defenders in Minnesota have reached a tentative agreement with the State Board of Public Defense. The two sides met with a mediator Friday when the deal was reached. The counselors say they've been pushed to the brink by unmanageable high caseloads that have become routine due to the pandemic, a problem that is being felt across the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
One lot of a pancake and waffle mix is being recalled. The FDA saying Great Value Buttermilk Pancake and Waffle Mix is being recalled because of a potential for contamination from foreign material. The code of the lot being recalled is KX2063. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1 9, Black Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
is the plan on a Monday. Welcome into the 21st day of March. Countdown to Louisville. Coming up this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And looking forward to having a conversation for the first time in years with Mike Brunetti, who is still, after all these years, with Bostrom and National Seating. We've teamed up, or they've teamed up with us, I guess you should say, for a seat giveaway. If you can't make it to Louisville, don't feel left out. You can be a winner too. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests, and you'll find it right there. The link to the Bostrom wide ride and Serta seat. It's very simple to register. You just need your email, your name, and a phone number to contact you, and that's it. Plus, we'll be registering folks there live at the show, giving away the other 2 seats. So come on by, get registered, take a look at the seats, and you may walk actually home from the show with one of those in Louisville, Kentucky. Looking forward to that. Again, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on the contest page right now. Look at that. It's Monday. You only got a few days left if you haven't yet done so. I heard the news break there. They played that little clip with Mitch McConnell that Ukraine can win this war. And the only way they can do so is to get the weapons and the defense weapons ASAP. Saw this past day, Ukraine will receive a new shipment of U.S. weapons within days, it said, including Javelin and Stinger missiles. According to Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council secretary, in a televised interview over the weekend, the weapons will be on the territory of our country in the nearest future. We're talking about days. Ukraine's allies have delivered plane loads of weapons shipments to bolster its military against the Russian invasion. Of course, Russia criticizing these deliveries coming from NATO member states. Everybody walking on eggshells, right? We don't want to accidentally get NATO drawn into this war, which they continue to say on a daily basis. Meanwhile, from CDL Life, we see the city of Charleston police shared a wild video captured on Wando Bridge during a high wind event in Charleston, South Carolina. Police said while assisting a disabled vehicle on the Wando Bridge, an officer was inside his cruiser when the car was crushed by a container that was blown from its truck by the high winds. That container subsequently fell from the bridge into the Wando River. We are incredibly thankful the officer and the truck driver, both uninjured in that incident. We'd like to thank the Mount Pleasant Police for their officers' quick response in ensuring everyone was all right and for providing the harrowing video that was actually captured on their officers' in-car camera. Yes, it was all caught on video. Now, I was a tad bit confused by that. When you're hauling those containers, I know they're picked up by a crane and sat down. Are they not like latched on or locked in any? I mean, kind of confused how the container just literally blows off that trailer. Meanwhile, a state trooper suffered minor injuries in Connecticut Friday morning after a tire or tires came loose from a semi-truck, essentially crushing the rear of the car. That's the life-saving part. Those tires impacted the rear. Had they impacted the front end of the vehicle, would not have been good for the officer. But I guess last Friday morning, about 8:40 a.m. on Interstate 84 in Willington, Connecticut, according to the NBC affiliate, the trooper was parked off the interstate when a set of double truck tires came loose from a passing truck, bounced onto the back of the vehicle, literally crushing the back of the vehicle. Semi kept going. The officer attempted to pursue the big rig, but was unsuccessful, had to pull over once more. The trooper did suffer minor injuries, treated at a local hospital. Troopers are now on the hunt for the driver responsible for the accident. Anyone with information asked to call Sergeant Merrill at Troop C. Somewhere down the line, a trailer ended up at a destination point without a set of rear axle wheels. Hey, where'd the tires go? I don't know. Somewhere between here and there, they came off, I guess. Okay. Well, good morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you too, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, I saw a big old owner-operator going up a hill one time, and I was passing him because I had a light load there, and his rear wheels come off and started rolling up the hill, and then started rolling back down the hill and hit a big R driver.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it wasn't a good time. I was already past it, so I wasn't too worried about it there. So, getting hung up there. Talk about them truck seats there. You know, I might have to order me one of them there. When I was growing up as a kid, we had a barber chair sitting in the house there. I'm going to tell you, everybody that came to the house wanted to sit in that barber chair, including the women there, right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that was the favorite seat in the house there. Would you go to a doctor that you didn't know?
Well, technically, anytime you go to a doctor for the first time, you don't know him.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, you find you a doctor and have a long-term relationship with him, right?
Right. Yeah, known him for years. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's the same way with my lawyer. I've known him for years. I don't say that I entirely trust him, but that's you got to have a relationship with one of them. I don't trust them little old services they got because my lawyer, he looks out for my best interest there. Well, you know, I went to Keeper Sutherland there over the weekend there. Let me tell you, Steve, there wasn't but 300 people in that building.
Yeah.
And that's all it would hold, maximum capacity there. Nice concert. Man, I had Tennessee on my left arm, another woman sitting beside her, two women to my right, three in front of me, three in behind me. You talk about it. Them women took care of me, buddy. I was in heaven amongst all them women.
That's what I'm thinking, though. Yeah, so that was an up close and personal venue. Then, 300 people. That's everybody. Everybody had a front row seat, right?
Pretty much. I was in the third row back.
Wow.
You could see his face, everything. They were serving wine, whiskey, you name it, buddy. All kinds of stuff in there. He was even drinking up there on stage. Maybe I shouldn't have told that. I don't know, but anyway, he made mention of the fact that he was there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read an article about a shooting at a car show over here in South Arkansas. I never did see anything more on that. You know anything on it?
Yeah, Big Sexy sent me the link to that, and I think all said and done, 28 were injured. I think one dead. Yeah, pretty crazy event this past day.
Wow. Yep, that is there. Talking about a snow shovel. What the hell is a snow shovel? Is that the same? Is that the same thing as a front end loader on my 850 John Deere? Yeah, that might be. I'm not gonna put that 850 John Deere away for the season, so I just use it year round there, right? Well, that truck that you're gonna have there, is it gonna be Monkey Gouger's Rooster Cruiser?
Everybody's gonna be surprised. That's all I know.
He's got one of them big, large car, triple-digit Rooster Cruisers there. You know what happens when he hears about the cops up ahead of him? He becomes a chicken truck.
A chicken truck?
Yeah, chicken truck instead of a rooster cruiser. So, is this horse feather sing along there?
Boy, if
this
it
is
has
one
to
of
be.
Keeper's songs. Yeah, first time I was in a bar room when I was just a boy, two men commenced to fighting. It was fighting they enjoyed. At first, as it started, it was over, or as fast as it started, it was over and done. One man left standing, there could only be one. Well, he looked me in the eye and said, "Come on, son, it's time to drink some whiskey, and this is how it's done." And we'll just leave all that for Big Ed. That's what he should have been telling her. Got into a barroom fight there, right?
Yeah, he looks like it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Well, I banned myself from Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. I don't do none of that junk. I don't need all that garbage there. And I heard that Hunter's girlfriend over here in Arkansas, she had to send all of her evidence up there to somebody, either Delaware, Connecticut, or something. I don't know. Anyway, that we all know he messed with that girl. And what was AOC said, I think she said that we got exactly what we wanted. Is that right?
Exactly. I don't know what high gas prices. Is that what we wanted?
What? Yeah, that's what it was. We got high gas prices, the Biden administration, all that good stuff there.
Yeah.
I read where the Cleveland Browns are getting rid of Baker Mayfield there. They said they wanted an adult at the quarterback position. So they're going to get Deshaun Watson. So what are they getting now? Sexual harasser, rapist? Is that what they're getting? I don't think that's going to work too well from them, man. Well, y'all keep Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio going down the highway tonight. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Stiction Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Put Overnight Drive in the checkout box for your 10% discount. Buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too. Baseball cap, travel mugs, T-shirts. And hopefully one day Dolly will model that T-shirt for you, Steve. And that's all of my bull on it for right now.
All right, we can all look forward to that day. Right back into Philip got you coming up right after this on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to your calls here on a Monday. Hey, Philip, happy Monday. What's going on?
Happy Monday. How you doing, bud? You doing all right?
Doing well, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Chevy guy, you're going to get your prayer answered there, your wish. There is a detachment of A-10 Warthogs that are going to Poland right now. They're going to be right beside the Patriot batteries that we've already put over there. So They know we're going to be in it. They're already staging everything up. So it's just a matter of time.
Really?
So, Chevy, yes. And it's been rumored that they're over, and I saw an article the other day. I can't remember where I got it at, but they're going over there. A-10s are going over. Chevy guy was right. They shot those missiles from Russia. They've shot a hypersonic missile over Saturday, and that's it started. So, and you know what hypersonic missiles are. So, I just don't know why we're not doing anything. The whole world is just not doing anything about this. But Steve, do you know what religious background Vladimir Putin is?
No, I technically know. Is he Jewish?
He's Jewish. Do you know what? Well, Mr. Zelensky, the president in Ukraine, he's Jewish as well. And I don't know if people have been watching the news much about this, but yesterday, President Zelensky had a meeting with Israel, and Israel is not taking stands on either side with it, Steve. They're kind of just staying out the deal because Russia helps them with Syria. So if Russia pulls their involvement with Israel off of Syria, then Syria is going to come over with Israel. So it's a little bit more involved than just Russia and Ukraine. A lot of folks don't know that, but Israel is pretty much, they've tried to avoid talking to Zelensky. The meeting, well, it wasn't actually a meeting. It was kind of like the same thing that he did with our Senate the other day. He had a presentation for them. They had to literally plan it where it was all Zoom because I guess one of the higher up rabbis in Israel has passed away, and they were having his funeral yesterday. So they had all that going on, plus Zelensky wanted to come in there, and he only had a matter of a couple hours to give the presentation and then be done with it. They couldn't even get all their parliament or their officials into the building because the building that they were supposed to use was still under construction. So it's crazy how this is going to play out, Steve. I think we're going to have to be involved eventually. It's coming. It's just a matter of time. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, I hadn't heard or seen anything. You said, I mean, it's like the A-10s. I know we sent like Patriot missile batteries over there, you know, to shoot down incoming and whatnot. But obviously, the hypersonics can't be shot down. They can defy that. But where did you hear anything about A-10s?
I saw an article last week that there was a detachment that was going to be brought over there to Poland, that they were going to be on standby.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what article where I saw it at. I saw it on one of my Facebook feeds or one of the feeds. It might have been wrong, for all I know, but it's hard to say with all the situation that's going on with all the media right now with this.
Sure.
But that Kenza missile that they shot over the weekend over there, they are shooting them from Russia. And Chevy Gry is right. They're not, you don't have to be in country. I don't know why they're so adamant about the no-fly zone. I mean, the Russian planes have been shot down there. They've actually got footage of them being shot down over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't need a $35 million multi-million-dollar fighter jet firing at anything anymore. All you have to have is a drone, or you have to have a hypersonic missile. And I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but we've allocated a little bit more money to Northrop Grumman and Lockheed to develop more hypersonic stuff. That hasn't been in the press lately, but that's coming. They're supposed to be getting some more money. Our government's getting more into the hypersonic field. So we need to worry about that hypersonic stuff, because they can go off a jet that's at Mach 2, and they can make that missile go Mach 10. And it could be from Florida to California in 20 minutes. So it's just a matter of time. And that's conventional what he was using, Steve, over the weekend. If he uses nuclear on that, all the deal's off, man. You'd have a missile on top of you before you even know it. So, did you see any of the footage back years ago, Steve, of the V1? Do you know what the V1 is, Steve?
No, I'm not familiar.
Well, the V1 was what they called the buzz bomb. It was from Germany. And what I'm seeing over there right now, some of the footage I've seen of them cruise missiles coming in, them hypersonic, or not hypersonics, but their cruise missiles are coming in from the Black Sea. It looks just like the V1s back in the day, pictures they had from Germany. So that's all I got to say, Steve. I know you're on the bottom of the hour and you got to go, and we'll catch you later, and you have a good one.
All right, we'll get our news break here. Yeah, just a moment. I'm looking at a report from here early this morning, here about an hour ago, where the UK intelligence says Russia's forces are pretty much stalled about 15 miles outside, 15 miles outside of Kyiv. This is the forces advancing from the northeast, stalled, and the bulk of its forces remain 15 miles from the center of the city. Heavy fighting continues north of Kyiv, according to the Ministry of Defense. Forces advancing from the direction of Hostomel to the northwest have been repulsed by fierce Ukrainian resistance. So again, pretty much standing up, Ukrainians continue to battle the Russian forces intently. But we'll be back with more right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A bipartisan group of senators is visiting Poland and Germany ahead of President Biden's trip to Europe later this week. The delegation is meeting with NATO military leaders and other top officials about the Western response to the Russian invasion. The group issuing a joint statement saying the senators will return with better insight on how Congress can and will support the Ukrainian people and our NATO allies. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is confident that Ukraine can win against Russian forces.
And the way they win is for us to get these defensive weapon systems to them as rapidly as possible.
That audio courtesy of CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden back at the White House after spending his 113th day in Delaware since becoming president. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Once again, welcome back on a Monday. Good to have you on board. Let's get back to the calls. And Vic checking in this morning. Hey there, Vic.
Hey, Steve. Real quick, I don't know if we're getting some feedback here or what. But
no,
anyway.
Check 1 2 1 2.
Can you hear me okay now?
You're loud and clear. Is that any better?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So are we good to go here?
Yes, yes, good to go.
All right. Real quick, the individual called in about the frost laws. I'm involved in a dispute with my HOA right now in a lawsuit, and I made a mistake of leaving my legal insurance network, and now I can't go back to it. And the lawyer that's supposed to be he was kind of an acquaintance of a family member. He's supposed to be a gangbuster guy. He got halfway into it, and he wasn't doing very good. So he decided he would depart because he would do what I wanted to do. And now it's next to impossible to get another lawyer to pick it up halfway through. And I'd like to make the first day at the truck show, but unfortunately, we have some sort of a meeting I have to take care of with the judge on the first day of the truck show. And Saturday, there's basically a celebration for my birthday and my grandson's birthday, which actually today is my birthday.
Well, happy
Come
birthday.
Think of it, my grandson
Yeah.
a little bit later. Yeah. Well, anyway, I won't say how old I am, but frankly, I've kind of forgot. So Friday would be the only day I could get there, and I went and got my advance tickets and all that, but I don't know if I'll make it down there. But I hope you all have a good show, and to the who was always moving, wondering why you have butterflies. I know when I used to have to work fairs and stuff like that as a feed salesman, you're there to entertain and everything, but you're also there to do some work, I know, and to talk to advertisers and all that. So it is it's kind of a stressful thing. But to get to what the individual was talking about on the actual frost laws, the deal is, you probably know this, Steve, your frost really does not go away out of the soil. It doesn't go up, it goes down. Because the heat of the earth is actually what takes the frost out of the soil. And the time for the frost laws, that they are different in each state. But what happens is you have that frozen soil, and you have the sun during the day warming it up, and kind of you're getting that sloppy, slicky stuff on top. And then you also having it being warmed from underneath. And then that rigid thing creates basically a barrier there for the moisture to get away from the top. And if a truck breaks through that, it's going to cause an awful lot of damage. And that's why they have frost laws. And I guess growing up on a farm and in the Midwest, we've just always been, used to it. And even if your truck doesn't break through, it's kind of like driving on a floating bed. Something, you have a solid, you have kind of a semi-liquid thing there that the road bed is floating on. So trucks will do more damage during that period of time than they would if they were solid. And the other thing is, as far as getting a fine reduced, those scale quarries, maybe they've gotten better now, but they're usually not all that accurate because rock used to be so cheap. Sometimes you'd have an advantage. Sometimes it'd be in favor of you, and sometimes it wouldn't, because I don't know what type of quarry they went to weigh those. But you have the old beam scales. I don't think very many of them use those anymore. I'm talking about on the platform, and those things are a nightmare to keep an adjustment. And then they also use electronic load cells and hydraulic load cells. So the only thing I can say is, as far as getting a fine reduced, a lawyer could pretty well challenge that scale and make sure that the scale is right. Because I don't know what the break points in the fine would be. He said they looked at the poundage and, calculated it and everything of that nature. But all I could say is that, you definitely want to challenge the scales and make sure that they were in compliance with the weights and measure there in Wisconsin. And other than that, I know I was dispatched one time, and I drove for a company there out of Memphis, and I said to my dispatcher, I said, JP, I can't go there because of the frost laws. He said, well, what are these frost laws? So if you're driving for a company that's out of the South, your dispatcher should have been aware of wherever you were going up there in Waukesha. And I used to pick up radiators in Waukesha up there when Caterpillar and UMW were on strike. They contracted out to all kinds of people, and I used to have to basically go into a residential district, a guy's garage that was putting together radiators to go on the big generators for Caterpillar. So anyway, I don't know where he was going or how he got lost, but when they post those signs, you have to be looking for them to see them, because when you get off, like when you go into Michigan up there, I know there's one road, I forget exactly where it is, but you only get about 5 or 6 miles into Michigan whenever you're going across on 75 up there. And they don't want trucks going down through there. There's some of the auto plants, and you had to basically be looking for the signs to make sure that you didn't get on it. They didn't say anything about no trucks or anything of that nature. So, I don't know where the signs were up there, but other than challenging the signs and how well it was marked and challenge the scales, I don't imagine he'll have a lot of luck on challenging that, because those, your traffic tickets, they kind of fall in a different category than any sort of, criminal penalties or something of that nature. So he could try excessive fines, but I know there was one bridge up there in Pennsylvania. They always warned us not to cross, to cut through, because they said it's a $10,000 fine to use that bridge. So
wow.
Anyway, that's about all I have. So you have a good morning, Steve.
I know a lot of times they'll make the fines exorbitant like that, because if the fine was 150 or 200, whatever, like he was saying, that a lot of businesses will say, well, what the hell, we'll just pay that. That's the cost of doing business. We'll take one of those every day. So they make the fine significant enough to where they ain't nobody going to say, well, it's just the cost of doing business. You can't just shrug off a $10,000 fine like many could shrug off a $150 fine, right? Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so by now we've all heard the fact that this administration, even well before the Russian invasion of Ukraine started, Biden and the administration had been requesting Saudi Arabia to increase their oil output, to help tamp down the rising prices. Yes, prices that were rising, again, before anything between Russia and Ukraine ever got underway. And time again, Saudi Arabia has said, nope, this is our plan, and we're going to stick to this plan, and it's a no-go. Then after, when the invasion began and the administration put a ban on the import of Russian oil to the United States, again calling on Saudi Arabia, only for Saudi Arabia to not even pick up the phone. Wouldn't even talk to Biden. Now, one of their being Saudi Arabia's points of contention, they're very angry with a lack of response from this administration to help Saudi Arabia defend against Iranian-backed militants, the Houthi rebels, where they've been launching attacks on Saudi Arabia via Yemen. So we see the update over the weekend. They tell us the U.S. has transferred a significant number of Patriot anti-missile interceptors to Saudi Arabia in recent weeks. Biden trying to ease that point of tension in the increasingly complicated U.S.-Saudi relationship. An administration official confirming Sunday night that the interceptors have been sent to Saudi Arabia. It said the decision was in line with the president's promise that America will have the backs of our friends in that region. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan Sunday condemned the Houthi forces in Yemen after they unleashed one of the most intense barrages of drone and missile strikes on Saudi Arabia's critical energy facilities, sparking a fire at one site and temporarily cutting oil production at another. Back in September, the AP reported the U.S. had moved their own Patriot defense system from the Prince Sultan Air Base outside of Riyadh, even as the kingdom continued to face airstrike attacks from Yemen's Houthi rebels. The kingdom has insisted the interceptors are critical to their defense against those Houthi attacks. Saudis have been pretty much locked in a stalemate war with the Houthis since all the way back in 2015. So at the time, the U.S. Patriot systems were moved out of the kingdom. Administration officials said the shift in defense capabilities was made in part due to a desire to face what American officials see as the looming great powers conflict with China and Russia. Pentagon officials noted the U.S. maintained tens of thousands of forces and a robust force posture in the Middle East, representing some of our most advanced air power and maritime capabilities. So, trying to soothe relations, I don't know, just, hey, if we'll give you these weapons, here's some Patriot defense missiles. Will you pump some more oil, please? Please, pretty please, with sugar on top. Hey, good morning, Rooster. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, man. Yeah, I tell you, things keep going like they're going over there. It ain't looking good for everybody. It's pretty getting pretty intense.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to touch base with you this morning, and I'll be seeing you later on this week for sure. But are y'all? I know you said you're going to be in the North Wing of the show this year. Now, I haven't had a chance to look at the breakdown. I heard you talking about that a little earlier this morning. I'll look at that later tonight when I get home, when I got time. But I'm pretty familiar with the halls and stuff over there. But are you all going to be like in the center of that north hall, or down on like on one of the corners? Or can you tell by
we're
by the way they got you all selected?
I mean, based on the floor plan, I'd say we're pretty much almost like dead bullseye center of the north wing.
Okay, cool. That gives me a pretty good idea where to go looking for you. So, just want to check in this morning, man. Did nothing out of the ordinary. Just trucking it up out here this morning, trying to do my thing here. So, if you get a chance later this morning, if you could, you got my number there. If you can get a minute, give me a call, because I got something I want to maybe drop off to you at the show, but I want to see if it'd be all right to bring it to you. But if you get a minute later on this morning, give me a call.
All right. Hang on a second, Rooster. I'm trying to jot your number down here, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm looking. I pulled up the floor plan, and I guess if you're looking from like north to south, we're pretty much dead center, and east to west, we'd be kind of like more to the left side or the west side. If you were looking at the venue from front to back, does that make sense?
I got you. I know it makes perfect sense. Because I'm been out there several times. I can get around like that place on the back of my hand, but it's good to know where you're at. That way I don't have to be focusing too hard on you. But you got my number there. Like I said, you get a chance later this morning after the show or something, I'll be out here for a little while yet today. So after you get done doing your thing, or give me a holler this morning. I want to run something past you. All
right, gotcha. Thank you much, Rooster. Man? Have a good morning. Okay. Yeah, again, our booth number 16067. If you could envision the north wing, there's right down the dead center, there's a row of the really big booths. I mean, Hot Shot Secret's in a 20 by 20, so it looks like right across from us, that's got to be probably a 60 by 60. Roadworks is the name of that particular booth, 16112. Kind of like just right off to our right-hand side from facing the other direction. There's a 50 by 50 booth straight across to the left. LCS, Load Covering Solutions. It looks like a 20 by 60 booth. EPAC Manufacturing. Straight across the aisle from us. So you see some of them really big booths. I wonder what those people are paying. You talk about high-dollar booths. But you'll find us there. Just walk around. Let's get our news update. Top of the hour. So Mark got you coming up next here. Knucklebuster on the line. Fiji is on board. And room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The U.S. will know and report if China secretly offers support to Russia to help President Putin carry out his invasion of Ukraine.
If they are going to be part of Putin and his barbaric conduct in Ukraine, he's going to run the risk of discrediting his own nation.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Illinois Democrat saying the U.S. will know if that's the case and report it. Russia claims it has deployed hypersonic missiles in its attacks against Ukraine. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin weighs in on the usage of such a weapon and what he thinks it really means regarding Russian President Vladimir Putin's apparent strategy.
I would not see it as a game changer.
President Biden set to leave Washington, D.C. Wednesday to take part in a NATO summit in Brussels. USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. and it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend at work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loan.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
A new study is out regarding your COVID-19 booster shot.
A new CDC study is showing the importance of getting a COVID-19 booster shot. Researchers found 3 doses of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine were 94% effective against death or ventilation during the recent Omicron surge. 2 doses were only 79% effective in comparison. The CDC says these findings reveal that remaining up to date on COVID vaccinations is highly effective in preventing severe illness or death, even against current variants. From the USA Radio News Northeast News Bureau, I'm Chris Russell.
China wants to see a ceasefire and peace talks in Ukraine. That's according to the Chinese ambassador to the United States. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Qin Zhang saying that China is sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine, but no weapons. However, he refused to condemn the Russian invasion. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The Southeast is bracing for severe weather starting Monday. Forecasters say the spring season will kick off with a severe storm system through the region caused by a southward plunge of the jet stream colliding with moisture from the Gulf. The storms could produce tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail from the central United States to the Gulf Coast. Flooding rain is also possible from the south to the Midwest. Senate confirmation hearings begin on Monday for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. President Biden picking the federal judge to fill the seat being vacated by Justice Stephen Breyer, who's set to retire this summer after the current Supreme Court cases. The hearings by the Senate Judiciary Committee are expected to last 4 days. As far as what to expect from the Republicans on the committee, Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz tells Newsmax,
I think we should vigorously scrutinize our record. Now, one thing I can promise you, we're not going to replay the political circus the Democrats gave us with Justice Kavanaugh. You're not going to see Republicans go into the gutter. You're not going to see personal smears. You're not going to see the nastiness. But we do have a responsibility to vigorously vet her record.
The Cape Crusader continues to rule the box offices, the movie remaining the top film in the United States and Canada, earning another $37 million. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour, off and rolling. Here on a Monday. Who was it? I think Knucklebuster earlier asked, and it's heard something about a shooting at some sort of car show. At least one dead, 28 injured. Happened over the weekend in Dumas, Arkansas. D-U-M-A-S. Somebody used to call that dumbass Arkansas. I know, it's Dumas. According to officials, the shooting started about 7:15 in the evening when multiple people reportedly fired into the crowd. Police say children were injured during the shooting. At least 5 taken to hospital by helicopter. One person arrested in connection to the shooting. Police still searching for others who may have been involved. State police are assisting the Dumas Police Department in search for additional suspects. Police held a press conference this past afternoon. Answering questions, authorities said in the presser that they had identified the victim that died as a result of the shooting as 23-year-old Cameron Schaefer of Jacksonville. It's being described apparently as a gunfight involving 2 different people. Schaefer was not one of those actually involved in the altercation, just an innocent I guess most everybody was an innocent bystander. Of the victims, at least 5 children, an 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 23-month-old, and a 19-month-old. Kids. Police right now, they say, searching for a second suspect. So I guess these 2 just started firing randomly, indiscriminately at one another. Neither of the actual shooters were hit, but all the innocent bystanders. Yeah, you never know in this day and age. Being in a crowd, got to watch your back, right? All right, let me see here. Several people sent me links to reports about, I was asking Philip about the A-10s. One headline, Knucklebuster said, U.S. A-10 Thunderbolts to be temporarily stationed in Poland. Yeah, he sent me a link to that, Philip. Let me see what, because I'm looking at my email. Just pulled that up. Philip sent me this. Let's see. Now, that was an older story, going back a number of years on that particular one. So, and that was like temporary. Yes, let's see. Check the dates on some of these things, right? Thursday, March 3. It doesn't say 2022, but I'll assume it's this year. Okay. Let's see. Give us the tools, we'll finish the job. Prime Minister Winston Churchill in 1941. History oftentimes repeats itself or rhymes. Vladimir Zelensky is making the same plea for equipment necessary to stop the advance of Russian autocratic's army. Congress acting in a supportive manner. Details are important. Okay, sanctions, this, that. Okay, there's one more step that could be decisive. The transfer of 3 squadrons of A-10 aircraft to the Ukrainian Air Force. Okay, given the fact that Biden actually put the kibosh on the MiG fighters, actually going from Poland to the U.S. base, to be then transferred to the Ukrainian pilots, I'd venture to say that ain't going to happen. But all right, just thanks for sharing. We'll try to stay on top of things, and if I learn more, I'll pass it on. Mark, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Shadow Chaser, Steve.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
How are you doing this morning, Steve?
Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Good. Hey, down here in Arkansas, it sounds like something from the Old West. Trying to shoot out at the OK Corral.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Hey, you talking about the container that flew off that chassis, what they put them containers on, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
There's a locking mechanism that you lock them in. And you got 20-foot containers and 40 45, 50-foot containers. So apparently somebody that locked their container in when they left the port.
Kind of wondered about how a container could just blow right off the truck.
Yeah, apparently it was empty because them containers pretty heavy because they're all steel. And it had to be pretty good strong wind to pick that up off that truck to blow off the container. Chassis lane.
Uh-huh.
So, but like I said, it must be pretty strong wind down there to come across that bridge there. So.
Yeah, that wasn't this weekend. I think it was the previous weekend. But yeah, there were big-time high wind warnings out there. I do remember that line of storms that pushed through.
Yeah. I guess next time, make sure it was locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish I could get down to Louisville. I'm going down to Louisville now, right now, but I'm going to the post office down there, so I'll be a week early.
Well, we'll miss getting to see you there, Shadow Chaser.
Oh, yeah, a good week there, Steve. Have a good weekend. Hold up.
Had a good weekend, yes, indeed. Went
Don't
over.
get in trouble down there.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have the princess with me. She'll have her eyes on me. I'll be watching you. Keeping me in line, right? Yeah, roll it up on 12 past the hour. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. I don't know that I shared the story last week. It was part of the industry headlines. I think it's one we may have just kind of passed over. It was kind of more to the story updated here over the weekend, though. A truck driver whose body was found by a cleaning crews along I-65 in Indiana, who was apparently murdered by his co-driver, was working for CRST, the Iowa-based national trucking company with a history of labor complaints. 63-year-old Aristides Garcia had been bound for Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the home base of CRST, alongside co-driver Miguel Ibergarin, when his family reported him missing. Police launching a multi-state homicide investigation that ended on March the 15th, last week, when they arrested Ibergarin in Texas. The death of Garcia, they say, who had driven for CRST for almost a decade, kind of underscores the danger and horrible conditions many people who drive freight across the country experience every day. The industry fraught with rapid turnover and worker shortages and the alleged murder as the Biden administration tries to get more people into trucking to alleviate supply chain issues. Back in December, of course, they announced their plan to create an apprenticeship to train more drivers, 18 to 20-year-olds. CRST was one of the 6 companies that the White House announced would be creating registered apprenticeships through what they call their Apprenticeship Accelerator Program. It is not known if Ibergarin or Garcia were part of that program, but CRST has long had a reputation as one of the more unpleasant places to learn to be a truck driver. Like many other long-distance freight haulers, it offers to pay for drivers' commercial training if they commit to working for CRST for 10 months. In those 10 months, new drivers are partnered with slightly more experienced drivers and haul freight across the country. One sleeps in the berth while the other drives. It's called team driving, as we well know, right? But having 2 strangers share a small cab and sleeping berth can create problems. New drivers don't get much sleep because it can be difficult to sleep while the truck's moving over those bumpy roads. Tempers and tensions rise between team drivers because there's often a trainer and a student who needs the trainer's approval to move on to the next stage of training. In the years 2018 and 19, there were 150 to 200 sexual harassment claims involving CRST drivers. According to a 2020 deposition of the Vice President of Human Resources at CRST, one woman who said she was raped by her trainer and told that without corroborating evidence like a video, the company couldn't do anything. She said CRST then billed her $9,000 for training. That case was settled for $5 million last year. But they say Garcia was an easygoing kind of guy. He didn't get involved in conflicts. According to the driver who trained under Garcia back in December of 2019, David Boyd says, training with CRST could be miserable. One of his other co-drivers accused Boyd of purposefully driving on a bumpy part of the road and wanted to get out and fight. There was another driver who consistently smoked, which was kind of rough for Boyd, who was a non-smoker. But Garcia was an easygoing guy. I don't think we argued or anything when he was training. Boyd had got his commercial license without ever having driven on an interstate except for his test, and without really even knowing how to back up. Garcia taught him how to do both. Boyd said Garcia frequently talked about quitting CRST. Boyd thought of quitting too when another co-driver threatened him, but he says he would have owed the company $5,000 to compensate for the cost of his training. One lawsuit found that only 20% of the 25,796 drivers who started training with CRST between November of 13 to March of 17 finished their team driver training, which would allow them to haul freight independently. Once Boyd finished the 10 months of training, he found a job for another company, and now he drives solo. But this latest alleged murder comes amidst numerous legal actions against CRST, some of which have been settled, some of which are ongoing. The company has been accused of paying drivers below the minimum wage, as well as looking the other way when rape and sexual assault accusations are leveled. Found that interesting, but I guess the investigation's ongoing into that. What happened? Now, in other words, dude, I guess killed his trainer, just dumped him on the side of the road somewhere and thought that would be the end of the case, right? I don't know what happened to him. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.com. talktalk.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. What are we looking at? 21st day of March, counting down. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Truck show time is almost here. 50th anniversary celebration, Mid-America Truck Show. Look forward to seeing some of our old friends and new friends. And hey there, Knuckle Buster. Welcome back.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. T. Summers there. You know, it's a good idea to have a good working relationship with your lawyer there because, you know, you might need it one of these days. Let me tell you something about them women. You can do what you want to do, but here's my personal policy. They call it the Billy Graham thing. He wouldn't get caught with a woman by himself. David Jeremiah's got the same policy. He won't even get in a car with a woman that's not his wife and ride to the corner and to a convenience store. I don't do that either. They wanted me to take a alcohol and drug test one time. The station director was a woman, and when I walked in the door there, she got up and shut the door, and I was like hell no, this ain't happening. So I turned around, walked out, and got the vice president of the company. He had to come in there and watch me take that drug and alcohol test right there. So, you know, I just don't put myself in a situation where, and I won't even my granddaughters, I won't even put myself in a situation where somebody could say something bad about me or my granddaughters, either one there. Mm-hmm. So that's just good policy there. And dumbass Arkansas, that newspaper chucking guy, he's gonna be getting on to you next, buddy. He might say something about both of us, may call him a newspaper chucker. I don't care. He'll get over it there. And CRST, caution real stupid trucker. You remember a few years back, one of them up there, he drove his big truck all the way out there on the New Jersey boardwalk, right out there on the beach.
I remember that. He was following the
come on.
GPS told him to do it.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I know it. That's crazy, man. They hired a grain hauler over here where I work at. He came back up, but he can drive that truck forward. He said, well, your grain hauler, you just pull in there and drop it and drive on. But they've still got him over here. But when he comes in the yard over there, he uses a yard man there, got a yard mule there, and he spots a trailer for him. I don't know what the hell he does while he's out here on the road. I guess he just gets it as crooked as he can get it there, right? So, well, you know, I'm gonna miss you this coming weekend there because I'm not going to that truck show. I done spent all my money last weekend over on Tennessee there.
I hear you.
Yeah. So anyway, and I'm not gonna wake up at no 10, 11 o'clock in the morning to call Steve Summers on the cell phone either. So you just have to miss me Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, buddy. So y'all have a great morning. Buy some hot shot thinking products. Let's keep this thing going down the highway. Don't forget to put overnight drive code in the box. Check out, get your 10% discount. Buy some Steve Summers products too, baseball cap, t-shirt, travel mugs there. And please, I love you women wearing them t-shirts. I like seeing Steve's name sitting up there all nice and perky looking with the bright lights on. So, Have a great day, Mr. T. Summers.
All right, Knuckle Buster. There you go. Sitting up there all bodacious. Isn't that the term he normally uses? Is this Fiji?
Hey, Steve, this is Pinky.
Hi, Pinky. What can I do for
How
you
you
this
doing?
morning?
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I've been asked that about 100 times this morning.
Well, did you go up? Did you take the princess up there to that testicle festival up there in Michigan?
No, I did not, but I did see Rhonda really, she gave him a thumbs up. She enjoyed them, apparently.
I know. What's not to like about testicles? I mean, get that boom boom sauce? Man, that's living high off the hog, ain't it?
I haven't tried
Hey,
them.
that beauty show.
Go ahead. I'll pass on that.
That beauty show at the truck show, how do I enter that? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I could win that.
You got a nice, shiny truck, Pinky?
For trucks?
Yeah,
Why would you have a beauty show of trucks?
it's called the Truck Beauty Championships, Pinky. It's not about boys and girls. It's about trucks.
Oh, I thought that was for us fine-looking gals.
Yeah, you pretty girls. Yeah, that's...
Hey, I was over at Right Wing Nut, and I don't know where he got this idea for that cigar, but you know what he tried to do to get me to do with that cigar?
I probably don't want to know.
He tried to get me to smoke it, Steve.
Oh.
I don't know what you're thinking about. You need to get your mind out of the gutter.
I don't know what you're thinking about, because that's what you're supposed to do with the damn cigar. Smoke it.
That's all I got.
Have
a good one.
That's all we can handle. Thanks. What did it say? Fiji. Oh, it's Pinky. All right. It's 844-3388. So we had some Russian cosmonauts arriving at the International Space Station. And the colors they were wearing were yellow with blue accents, which most of us right about now say, well, that's the colors of Ukraine, the Ukrainian flag. What's going on? Yeah, Russia says, no, this has nothing to do. One cosmonaut said every crew picks the color of their flight suits about 6 months before launch because they have to be individually sewn. And since all three of us were graduates of Bauman Moscow State Technical University, we chose the colors of our prestigious alma mater, which just so happened to be the colors of the Ukraine flag. No need to look for any hidden signs or symbols in our uniform, he said. A color is simply a color. It is not in any way connected to Ukraine. Otherwise, we would have to recognize its rights to the yellow sun in the blue sky. These days, even though we are in space, we're together with our president and our people. All right. Since Russia invaded Ukraine, many people have used the Ukrainian flag and its colors, obviously, to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine. The head of the space agency, Roscosmos, reiterated in a tweet, shortly after the arrival at the orbiting station on Friday, when apparently immediately some people started asking questions about their flight suit colors, saying, hey, is there some sort of a hidden message with these cosmonauts or what's going on? There was a lot of yellow material in storage, and that's why we had to wear yellow. And we'll get a news break here. Cue Ball, hang in there. Got you coming up next. He wants to talk about CRST, new drivers, and whatever else. As we roll into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The U.S. will know and report if China secretly offers support to Russia to help President Putin carry out his invasion of Ukraine.
If they are going to be part of Putin and his barbaric conduct in Ukraine, he's going to run the risk of discrediting his own nation.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, the Illinois Democrat saying the U.S. will know if that's the case and report it. Russia claims it has deployed hypersonic missiles in its attacks against Ukraine. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin weighs in on the usage of such a weapon and what he thinks it really means regarding Russian President Vladimir Putin's apparent strategy.
I would not see it as a game changer.
President Biden set to leave Washington, D.C. Wednesday to take part in a NATO summit in Brussels. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs.
Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, if you weren't with us for our full weather breakdown as we started the program, gearing up for what could be a very interesting week, potentially deadly week, a classic springtime setup will trigger numerous severe thunderstorms and heavy rain in parts of the central and southern states this week, while wringing out more snow from the Rockies and the high plains to the upper Midwest. This severe weather outbreak is possible across the South beginning today, not ending to as late as Wednesday. Of course, spring officially started this past day. While that was spring was arriving, a big southward plunge of the jet stream and an area of low pressure aloft started tracking across the southwest. Now, as we progress through the day here, Monday, the storm will have plenty of moisture to tap into from the Gulf of Mexico, leading to the development of widespread rain and thunderstorms in the southern and central states. These storms will likely produce tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail in parts of the South as the system will progress easterly through the middle portions of this week. Flooding rains, also a potential threat for portions of the South and the Midwest. What's not certain yet is the magnitude and the location of the greatest tornado, damaging wind, large hail, and flooding threats. That becomes a bit more certain once the ingredients come a bit more into focus. So here we are on a Monday, and the weather channels kind of got heightened the likely threat of severe weather, stretching that zone from Waco, Texas to Houston, Texas. A possible threat, a broader area from Shreveport, Louisiana, all the way back toward Abilene, as far south as nearly Kingsville, much of the eastern 2/3 or 3/4 of Texas. Possibility extends all the way up into Oklahoma City and into southwest portions of Arkansas. Now, the storms are expected to escalate later today into Monday night. A severe weather outbreak is increasingly likely, they tell us. Tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail will all be threats. A significant tornado or two are possible from East Texas into western Louisiana. Then snow and strong winds may impact the Rockies and the adjacent high plains, potentially including the Denver metro area. As we look ahead into Tuesday, the severe weather outbreak will be ongoing across the Deep South. Severe storms, damaging winds, hail, tornadoes from eastern Louisiana into much of Mississippi and Alabama. Now, I'm looking at the map depicting that region for Tuesday into Tuesday night. They've got the purple shade, which is very likely to see damaging storms stretching from Jackson, Mississippi to Hattiesburg, Mississippi, all the way back into central and south central Louisiana to include the Baton Rouge area, likely from Lake Charles to New Orleans, all the way up into Columbus, Mississippi, and all the way over to maybe as far east as Montgomery, Alabama. As we look toward midweek, then, the soaking rain and storms spreading through the southeast. Georgia, Alabama, northern Florida may all have a bout of strong to severe storms. At the same time, the snow may fly across the upper Midwest into the northern Great Lakes and the interior Northeast even by Wednesday night. Yeah, looking at Wednesday's map, well, they're actually they begin the setup there in Louisville as far as rolling those trucks and whatnot into the convention center. Of course, all the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship trucks rolling out behind the West Wing, I believe it is, out there in the parking area. Yeah. As the rains will ensue Tuesday into Wednesday. All those participating trucks, just figure on, don't even bother worrying about polishing that chrome, probably till the rains move out later on Wednesday. And, of course, the show gets under real bright and early there on Thursday. But there's your breakdown. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Morning, Cue Ball. How the heck are you?
Good, Steve. It's been a little while.
It has.
I was thinking about that whole thing with that. Was that the trainer killed the other guy in that CRST truck?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of these larger companies. I guess that's kind of a weird one where one killed the other, but there's a lot of these big companies out there. We all know who they are. It's like, where do they get these clowns from? They're usually the real cheap freight haulers. They don't pay these guys enough to even eat a meal out here, let alone actually earn a living. They're hauling for nothing. I don't understand how they even can manage to just get down the road and not get shut down because of the amount of accidents, all the different lawsuits. I mean, it's just insanity with these people.
For years, how many years now we've been talking about the lack of training, and I don't even know how you could train effectively people to understand some of the inner workings of trucks. I'll give you an example. You were talking about granted, not everything in the media is written accurately, but let's assume it was that wheel-off situation up in Connecticut that hit a state trooper car.
Mm-hmm.
You said it was a set of duels that hit the car?
Correct.
Yeah, that's not loose lug nuts. That's a wheel bearing that went out, and the entire wheel set. That's both wheels.
Both wheels. Yep.
Both tires, both rims, still bolted to the hub, still bolted to the brake drum, slid right off the spindle on a trailer. How do you train somebody about bearing preload when they're not a mechanic? How do you get this TikTok generation, your 18 to 21-year-old, to understand that if your hub feels hot, you've probably got a bearing going out? How do you explain what hub oil smells like to that generation? Of course, now I'm going to the younger drivers situation there. And even the 21-year-olds nowadays, they're still part of that TikTok, social media fad generation. I could try to explain them between the oil bath bearing and a grease bearing, but they're not going to know it. They're not going to have a clue. How many of these people actually know how to adjust brakes? None of them.
I should say none, but almost absolutely
like 90-some% of them have no clue.
Mm-hmm.
It's not only just in trucking, it's societal differences. See, this takes a random year. Let's just say 1970. What do you think if you took the adult male population from 18 till however? What do you think what do you think in the adult male population? What do you think the percentage was? And that's of all that if they had a flat tire on their car, could change it in 1970. In my estimation,
95.
You're well into the 90% range.
Yeah, right.
What about today? What about the adult males of today in 2022? What the percentage of them do you think would change the tire on a car?
How many
if
of them,
they had a flat?
How many of them could even find the jack and know where the spare tire is?
And that's the problem with the trucking industry. These rigs are they're not simple machines. I don't care all this automation that's on them, all the little bells and whistles, this, that, and the other. It's not going to tell you if you got a hot bearing on your trailer. It's not the easiest thing in the world to find if you have no idea what the hell the problem could possibly be. And then I'm going to say, what kind of driver would have a whole wheel end fall off and not even know it?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a lack of skill. That's just somebody being oblivious. But the government kind of did this to us, did it not? How many years have we been saying that you're regulating the skilled drivers right out of the business? The guys, they're all retiring. How many games? How many guys called the show that were actually very competent guys that just, that's it, I'm done, or they just got old and retired and just said, you know what, I'm not doing the long haul route no more. And who's replacing them? Society isn't bringing up anybody with any intelligence, with any basic understanding of science or mechanical, technical knowledge. I'm not expecting every driver to be out here like I do and know how to set his own bearing preload and change his own brakes and rebuild his own Caterpillar engine. I'm not expecting that, but have a little bit of clue, some basic stuff, right? But they don't teach any of that. And they've regulated all the guys that knew how to do this kind of stuff right out the business. So yeah, it's not just crash an old stunt truck. It's not just see what I effed up today. It's all them boys. It's all these clowns that hire literally anybody with a pulse and are self-insured that can afford to not have to make. They just figure it's cheaper to pay up the occasional, large major lawsuit. It's cheaper to pay the lawyers to beat the lawsuits down. Think about it. What was the last big one? When that Werner that had a massive, I don't know, it was like last year or something.
Right.
They had a massive one that stuck on them. But that's not. But the lawsuits of that size aren't the industry standard. Usually, some ambulance chaser comes out looking for big money, like the above mentioned. $50,000. That company's got that in the couch cushion in the break room. If you look for it, it's just not. Look at the money they waste in just garbage that they put together. Think about it. But I don't know. I just look at the state of the industry and what's coming up nowadays, and it's just all bad, all wrong. And their answer is, we're going to put younger drivers in these trucks. Yeah, okay. Let me know how many of these clowns were just only a handful of years ago dumping ice over their heads.
Or maybe eating a Tide Pod.
So.
Eating a Tide Pod.
That's right. I forgot about that one. That's the point. That's what we want behind the wheel of these things. I think it's a terrible idea. But it's not just trucking. It's a societal thing. Society has changed to the point where everybody knows the phrase of millennials, right? And I don't know the exact age range, But I refer to my son's generation as sub-millennials. He's like, no, I don't even know what they really call my son's generation. And the reason I call them sub-millennials is I make the joke, millennials are already worthless. The next generation is worse than worthless. They're downright dangerous, hence I coined the phrase sub-millennials, because they are absolutely worse than worthless as a general whole. They just don't know spit other than what they were indoctrinated into believing, but they really don't have an understanding of those basics, which is downright scary.
Well, let's just bring in more 18 to 20-year-olds, right? So I know they've got that apprenticeship program going, I think, as we speak. And like the story said, not sure if this guy at CRST was a part of that or not, but I guess we'll find out in the coming days.
Yeah, but we all know how that actually works out. I mean, think about it. When you that article you were reading, it said they were just team driving. How much apprenticing or training is being done when the guy that's supposed to be teaching is in the back sleeping or trying to get some sleep? He's not teaching anything back there. So that's a weird spot. I remember, I've been out here 23 years, and it was that way then. My first job was with Cannon Express. And my trainer, he had a clue. I mean, he was the filthiest son of a gun on planet Earth. But he knew his crap force how to drive trucks. But I don't know how effective he was at training people when he was in the sleeper, making money as I drove the truck for him. So you see what I'm saying? That's how it's done today. So how much training are you getting done when the company knowingly pushes it like a team operation and maximize profits? Let's pretend that the trainer even could train and actually teach something. He isn't doing it when he's in the sleeper sleeping while the guy's messing up front. I'll never forget the first time I ever had to deal with a DOT officer who was rolling up on a scale, and my trainer was in the back sleeping, and they had me pull around in the back and all that, and I'm like, I literally been in the truck only a handful of days. Man, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I just got out of the truck, walked in with nothing. He's like, where's your paperwork? I'm like, what do I need to bring you? He's like, how new are you? And I'm like, couple of days. Where's your trainer? He's in the truck sleeping. That was not fun. And that was in Arkansas, believe it or not. Actually, funny thing is, that chicken coop isn't even there anymore. It's a little north of the yard of the old Cannon Express Springdale, Arkansas yard. A lot of the old timers that know exactly what scale I'm talking about. But it was not fun, and that's the kind of nonsense that goes on today. But at least I had a clue as far as like the basic operation and maintenance of a truck, because I grew up working on crap all my life, so at least I had a halfway understanding of these things. But man, the guys coming up now, forget it. Now you got guys like me whose sons grew up around the trucking industry, grew up working on Peterbilts and Freightliners and trailers and so on, and their father, me, wanted them to stay the hell away from this business. I don't want them anywhere near this thing. Why? Well, because you give more respect as a drug dealer than you do as a truck driver nowadays, especially in certain segments in this country. So, you might have had a pair of good truck drivers, meaning my children, but I told them to go another path. This path stinks, which means when I'm all said and done, I don't know who's going to wind up with all my tools and all the equipment I got. I guess my kids will have to auction it when my dead carcass winds up being a thing. They're not going to have any use for any of that equipment I got. But, whatever. The government did it. I said it years ago. Eventually the government's going to be like, well, how come the truck industry went belly up? Well, look in the mirror, pal. That's how it happened. You guys did it to us.
Well, that's where they're getting all your automated trucks, your autonomous trucks. I thought I printed up a story from over the weekend, matter of fact, talking about 500,000 trucking jobs are going to be replaced Yeah, we've been talking about it for years, but they're making it sound like it's getting closer and closer to actually coming to fruition. And they admit they're by no means ready to eliminate the driver that has to get it from the yard, pretty much however many miles it's going to be to get to the actual interstate, and then the truck takes over for the long-haul portion. Then you got to have someone to navigate the skinny roads and whatnot to the final destination, but that's the short end of the trip on either end. All right, morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Happy spring, by the way. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Good to have you on board. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Have a great Monday. One final tidbit as we're about to wind things down this Monday morning. Hadn't even touched on the trains. Pretty much shut down this past day in Canada. The Union, and I believe is it Canadian Pacific Rail, blaming each other for a work stoppage. More than 3,000 CP Rail conductors, engineers, train and yard workers represented by the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference off the job after the midnight deadline set by the company to agree on a contract failed to get a deal. Supposedly the talks are continuing, but just kind of curious, how long does this have to go in an already strained supply chain situation? I'm assuming a lot of those trains would also be removing a lot of oil by trains currently, correct? We've already got prices rising, issues at the pump. So it'll be interesting to try to get more on that maybe later today and see if they're making any progress. But again, I'm thinking if this is the kind of thing that goes for any extended period of time, right on the heels of the truck drivers shutting things down in Ottawa with the convoy and the protest recently. So again, we'll touch more on that when we come back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for our Tuesday morning edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,